and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the August 12th, 2013 Board of Commissioners meeting. We have a full house tonight. We are going to go ahead and start with public participation. The beginning of the meeting, public participation, is for those is put at the beginning as a courtesy for those residents who can't stay to make their comments where they're under the appropriate item number in the agenda. So do we have any, before the meeting, public comment? Yes. Go ahead, step up.
Let me say why we had to stay. I'm under home hospice, so this is difficult for me. I'd like to get it over with very quickly.
Okay.
And see. I'll let him speak first.
Okay.
We live at 207 West Wayne Avenue, and
Okay.
we have requested a permit to make a change in the front porch of the double of the house we live in. It is in no way changing the structure. The structure will be exactly the same, and in no way will there be, as is very common that you might see in Wayne, of building it in and making a room. That is not the purpose. It is to add a glass on the inside of the structure and to provide me a greenhouse, because I have tropical plants that I put in instead of using the plastic that I normally do. My partner and spouse is, as pointed out, not going to be with us, so that's why we are coming and asking for a waiver. And he has given this to me as a gift. And now we are finding that we have to go through the Historical Society, and it's been drawn out for several months now. And I'd like to see if it's possible that we can get this done, and so I can have it and he could possibly see it. It's just I very much like the classical structure, and there'll be no change to it at all. All the glass will be on the inside of the structure itself.
Have you actually submitted for a permit?
Yes.
So you have papers?
This is all it, and now it's...
Can I ask our staff member, Kevin Kochanski, to
Absolutely.
give us a little background?
The location of their property is in the Harb District, and in accordance with the Harb Ordinance, they would be required to go in front of the Harb Board for review and approval of this. I believe they're here tonight to request a relief from having to go to the Harb to construct and enclose the porch in the manner which I believe the picture that they're passing around is.
And I don't know off the top of my head, is there a provision in our Harb Ordinance for a waiver directly from the Board of Commissioners?
I don't know specifically from that, but ultimately the board can, I believe, waive that requirement from Harb if an applicant were to come and request that from you.
One other comment. If you ever go along West Wayne Avenue, where I live, 207, you will see along the median there, I and my neighbors have given me the permission to put plantings that are there all year long. So I am supplying and beautifying the community, and I think you'll find them quite attractive. They go for almost a block.
Well, I'm inclined to want to help you, but would it be difficult for you to wait 2 weeks so that we could? It's a little difficult for us to make a decision like this without any
I certainly understand
background.
that. I don't expect any.
So why don't we? We'll make sure that we see the permit that has been submitted, and we'll take it under advisement. And there's a meeting in 2 weeks on August 26th, and we can make a decision on it then.
Okay, I appreciate that very much.
Kevin, when's the next Harb meeting?
It's not until next month.
There's a Harb meeting that is on the 21st, but they have not yet submitted the application for Harb. They wanted to come here in front of you tonight to see if they could, and actually that meeting next week was a reschedule. It, in theory, would have happened already, but we had to reschedule for quorum purposes.
Could it go through, could it theoretically go through HARB before we meet then?
They have not met the submission requirements, so
Could we
there's,
waive that?
it's, yes, I guess that would be a policy decision if that's something that you want to consider.
Madam President, if I can, I would recommend that the board actually waives the process and then put this in front of the board if it can be on the HARB agenda on the 21st and on the agenda for the Board of Commissioners at the next meeting in 2 weeks. And then ask the applicant to please submit the information as soon as possible to the board for them to review, and then place it on the next agenda for the board to consider.
Okay, would somebody like to make a motion to that
Make a move
effect?
to that. Second?
Any commissioner comment on that? Any other staff comment on that, or any public comment on that?
Okay, but I'd like to point out that these two porches are not the original porches. The one on the left has been changed 3 times, and the one on the right twice.
Okay.
So they're not original porches at
Okay.
all.
Well, what we're voting on right now is to waive the requirement that you would have to submit in a certain amount of time to HARB. HARB is actually meeting next week. So you would be able to go and make your case in front of HARB next week without the prior submission being required. And then that would come to us on the 26th. You wouldn't have to be there for that. You would only have to be in front of HARB, assuming they recommend it. And that's what we're voting on right now. Okay?
Okay, and I have one question. Why would there be a survey required of a 10 by 8 porch?
That's just what's required by our ordinance, so that the HARB board has something to look at, I'm sure.
All right, well, thank you for your time.
Okay, all those in favor of that motion?
Aye.
Passes 7-0. Go
Thank
ahead,
you.
thank you.
You have the picture?
Thank you for coming in. Is there any other public comment before the meeting? All right, we will go ahead, and I'd like to announce that there was an executive session preceding the Board of Commissioners meeting tonight, August 12th, 2013, at which we discussed matters of personnel, litigation, and real estate. Can I have a motion for the approval of minutes from April 22nd?
So move.
Second.
All those, commissioner comment? Staff comment or public comment? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I move the approval of the minutes of May 13th.
I'll second it.
Commissioner comment? Staff comment, public comment? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Passes
Move
7-0.
the approval of the minutes from May 22nd.
Second.
Any commissioner comment or staff comment? Any public comment? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Passes 7-0. Next, we have our consent agenda. As a reminder, this is where we pull out very perfunctory items that are self-explanatory and do not demand any discussion, and we pass them all at once. However, we give an opportunity for anybody on this board or anyone in the audience to pull out any of these items if they feel that they do merit some further discussion.
Move the approval of the consent agenda.
I'd like to pull out just item A, only because of the magnitude. I don't intend to have a discussion about it, but just want to pull that out.
Okay, so would you like to move to approve everything except for A?
So move.
Any second?
Second.
Was there any audience member that wanted to pull anything out? Okay, it's been moved and approved. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 7-0. And let's go ahead and discuss or have a motion for item A.
I'll move to approve and accept the 2013-7A, 2013-7B, and 2013-7C, and 2013-7D in the total amount of $2,355,140.96.
Second?
And this is a normal disbursement, but I just thought it would be a good idea to highlight that instead of having it in the consent.
Okay, is there any other commissioner comment? Any staff comment? Any public comment? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes, the acceptance passes 7-0.
I'll move to accept the departmental reports.
Second.
I have Jim Higgins seconding. Any commissioner comment? Any staff comment?
Actually, I'll just do a quick highlight.
Sure.
I try to do this every month. I'm just going to focus on finance for a moment. Since Bill Martin's been here about 4 years now, it seems. I'm sorry, Bill White, sorry about that. Bill Martin works in another township. I just want to thank Bill for all the hard work he's done over the last couple of years to get us financially transparent, Bill and his staff. It's been a long road, but I had a chance to go through the audit management letter, which is a letter we receive from our auditors year over year. And when Bill stepped into this position a few years ago, we had a very long outstanding list of deficiencies. At this point, that list is almost diminished completely. So I want to thank Bill White, and staff for all their hard work, and also thank you for doing the CAFR application again this year, and getting us more and more detailed reports every month that we all do read, and I appreciate it. Thank you. That's it.
Any other commissioner comment? Any staff comment? Public comment? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 7-0. Next, we have our committee reports, starting with Public Safety with Commissioner Spingler.
Yeah, we approve of Resolution 2013-94 to approve 2 K-9 bomb patrol dogs, equipment and training. Chief, you have a...
Yes, Commissioners and Madam President, with your permission, I'd have at this time Lieutenants Flanagan and Lieutenants Block just give a brief summary to the Board of Commissioners and the residents regarding this program. I'd also like to acknowledge that there is a large contingent of Radnor Township police officers here in support of this project, a couple of who are injured. We have Officer Wood Hennix that had a severe motorcycle accident. He's here in support of this program, as well as Officer Anthony Radico, who is struggling to come back to active duty. I counted approximately 24 officers that are here in support. I include myself in that number, 24. So I'll have the lieutenants approach the podium.
And while he's coming to the podium to set up, I just want to give a little background here. This was presented to us at this level at the Board of Commissioners several months ago. At that point, we sent it to the Public Safety Subcommittee of the Board of Commissioners to have a more detailed analysis and discussion. We did that in July 18th. We had a public meeting at that level, at which we spent about 2 solid hours going through this potential program in detail. We had some members of the public, we had 3 commissioners, and we had a lot of staff there. And we got a very thorough analysis and presentation about what this would entail. So today's presentation is not 2 hours. It will be a shortened version, and the 3 commissioners who were at the subcommittee meeting voted to bring this to the larger board to have a resolution voted upon tonight. So, Lieutenant Flanagan.
Thank you, Commissioner Schaefer. Just one note, this is an abridged version. The full PowerPoint program that was given to Public Safety Committee is online. This one is shorter, so there is 2 versions. I'll get right into it. Good evening, Board of Commissioners, Radnor residents. Under the authority of Superintendent William Colarulo and the support of the officers here, I'm directing your attention to Resolution 2013-94, which the Radnor Police Department is requesting your consideration and positive vote to purchase the first ever K-9 program for Radnor Township. We have a brief program for you to review, and I'll get right into it. Since 2012, there were 11 incidents in which K-9s were requested by the Radnor Police. In 2 of these cases, there were no K-9 units available. There was also 25 protective bomb sweeps which were conducted at Villanova University by outside agencies with K-9 units. So it's a total of 36 K-9 uses up until this date. Radnor Police believe that the greatest asset to the K-9 is their ability to smell. They have multiple features, and I'll be brief. To search properties for hidden suspects, apprehend fleeing suspects, search for lost persons or children, search for evidence such as bombs, guns, and drugs, to protect the handler and other officers and citizens, and to clear vehicles after high-risk traffic stops, to conduct public demonstrations and school visits, and to be a visual deterrent for crime. We plan to place in service 2 bomb/patrol K-9s. These dogs will be able to do 2 different features while working with the officer on the street. The training will occur at the Philadelphia Police Academy for various reasons. They will certify the dogs as long as we have them, as long as they stay with the monthly training. Patrol school is 14 weeks. That's where the dog learns how to be agile, be able to maneuver through different things, apprehend suspects. The second part of the training would be the bomb school, which is 10 weeks. We anticipate right now the possibility of the class opening the first or second week of October in 2013, which we have asked for a spot if approved by the Board of Commissioners. Getting right into the budget, as you can see, we broke it down by the chief's direction for a cost of 1 dog and a cost of 2 dogs. Our recommendation is for 2 dogs, just in case we invest all this time, God forbid the animal is killed in the line of duty or has a sudden health problem, we want to be able to provide a continual level of service. The budget is broken down into 2 main aspects, total capital and the actual annual costs that would occur. Directing your attention to the 2 cost dogs, the total capital is approximately $41,000. The total with capital and routine cost in our anticipation would be $108,524. As you can see in one of the lines, it does include approximately $23,000 annual cost, which we anticipate, in other words, after the program were to start a year from now, it would cost us approximately $23,524 to keep the program up and running.
But Chris, I think that's not accurate, right? Because the in-service training is monthly. So the annual cost of training monthly is about $26,000. So help me understand.
Well, one of the costs for this would be, would we have to pay the officer overtime or any additional costs? That we would schedule their training as long as the staffing permitted to go for that training while working.
The line that says in-service training monthly, what's my annual cost there?
$2,400.
Even though it says monthly, my annual cost is $200 a month.
Yes, that's totaled out for the year, sir.
Okay, that's different than what I understood your email to me to be, so I wanted to get clarification on that. Okay, and then what's this bottom line number, new K9 SUV?
Well, one of the things which we will talk about the fundraising in the back end, to make sure that the township fleet is not affected, the K9 car is committed to K9 dogs. In other words, there's a division or a partition that is put in there that only a K9 can occupy. So it couldn't transport prisoners or other things. So in our fundraising effort, we're going after a new vehicle that will be dedicated for use by the K9. Any other questions? Just real quickly, projected revenue for the use of the K9 bomb sweeps, as I talked about earlier, some of the protective sweeps. We have estimates between the different schools, colleges and regular schools, that there's a potential to generate various levels of income. Now, we have not approached those schools because we haven't had approval, but we believe through Villanova, Cabrini, Eastern, the public schools, that we would definitely be utilizing our K9. Right now, some of the schools have annual contracts where they're sweeping for any of their major events and paying outside agencies, and we'll break that down in a little bit more. In closing, the Radnor Police were approached by some citizens. One of them's seated in the back, Mr. Bob Archibald, Dr. Len Donato, and some other people who would like to take up the charge, if we are given permission, to go ahead and raise the funds that you saw listed in our past budget. We're just going to go into I'll ask my partner to come up. We're going to
Can
go
I
into
ask you one
quick
quick,
breakdown.
are they raising the capital costs or the capital and operational costs?
Our goal for the first year is to raise all the capital and all the operational costs.
Going forward?
Going forward, we hope that the utilization of the dogs through private entities such as these schools and colleges, we would be able to cover all costs and invest in the future to continue the program.
And Madam President, if I could just interject, one of the suggestions the township manager had, if approved by the Board of Commissioners, this would be a 2-year pilot program to test its feasibility before we establish it as a permanent unit.
I had a question on that matter, Bill. The last time I understood it, the dog gets aligned with an officer permanently.
That's correct.
So if we decide to terminate the program at the end of 2 years, is the dog able to be assigned to a different police force?
A dog can be retrained to work with another handler.
Okay.
Good evening, Commissioners. Lieutenant Andy Block from the Radnor Police Department. It's a pleasure to be here this evening to provide you some justification and analysis with respect to our request for your support of the resolution for the K-9 program. What I'd like to do, excuse me, over the next few minutes is to give you some justification points on why we feel it's pertinent and necessary to support a K-9 unit in Radnor Township. We believe it supports the preventative patrol aspects for the police department, the community, and the township. It supports preparation and management of special events that are held throughout the year here, community events and private events. It supports higher levels of officer safety for the officers when they're working the street, when they get into tactical situations. It increases public relations and community policing elements, which what Radnor Township Police Department is. It's a full-service community policing organization. And it also increases the professional development of the police department with our community. To provide you with an overview of some just statistics with our robberies and burglaries in 2012 and 2013. In the township, we experienced 5 armed robberies in 2012, 5 strong arm robberies, 49 burglaries, and in 2013, we're down right now to 1 armed robbery year to date, 1 strong arm robbery, and 24 burglaries. So there's been a little bit of an improvement in our crime rate. However, we still need the appropriate tools to be able to battle those crimes when they occur. With the Radnor Police Department K-9, we have incident summaries that we want to speak about over the next few minutes. For 2012 and 2013, there were 11 incidents in which the K-9 unit was requested to assist Radnor Police. In 2 of these incidents, there were no K-9 units available in the region from other police departments. To provide you a very quick overview, going through 2012, on 1/28/2012, we had an interrupted burglary on David Drive in Bryn Mawr. There was no K-9 available. On June 7th of 2012, on the 100 block of Brooklyn Drive in Rosemont, we had an armed robbery, home invasion at point of gun, and again, there was no K-9 available. On the 18th of June, at the Bellevue Park and Walk in Wayne, at 9 o'clock at night, there was an armed robbery at point of night. We were able to have Lower Merion Police respond, but it was a delayed response because their K-9 was coming from the east end of the township, and it took them approximately 25 minutes to respond to the crime scene. On the 25th of August, 2012, we had an attempted rape in the 200 block of Landover Road. Lower Merion Police once again responded. They were able to pick a scent up on the individual, but again, it was a delayed response. That individual, the perpetrator, was tracked over to the Wawa. On the 26th, the following day, there was a residential burglary that occurred in the 800 block of Goshen Road. As a result of that, Newtown Township Police Department's K-9 unit responded, and their dog was very essential in helping us clear the house, which is an officer safety tactic we'll talk about. On the 28th of October 2012, at Route 30 and 476, Radnor police officers were attempting to stop a vehicle which crashed on a northbound on-ramp. The perpetrator inside the car was the sole occupant. It jumped over the side of the on-ramp, fell about 40 feet, and it fled into a wooded area. K-9 units were called from Plymouth Township as well as the Delaware County Sheriff's Office with a response time of approximately 30 minutes. What worked against us that evening was their response time and the environmental elements as it started to rain when that incident occurred. Subsequently, what happened is this perpetrator made his way over into the Ashwood Manor section of the township, entered several cars in an attempt of stealing one of them, and actually entered a house, removed a key, and did steal a car. After significant investigation by our Detective Bureau, we were able to identify and arrest that individual. But a K-9 having an on status in the township would have helped us tremendously in that case. On the 11th of November 2012, the 600 block of West Lancaster Avenue in Wayne, essentially at Sugartown and Lancaster, there was an individual that approached 2 people, displayed a knife, informed them he was going to kill those individuals with the knife, tried to stab them, then fled. Newtown Township had their K-9 unit available. They responded. They were able to pick up a scent, track the individual. The perpetrator was subsequently arrested right over the line into a different township. Most recently, on the 17th of March 2013, we received a bomb threat at Cabrini College, Woodcrest Hall. It came in at approximately 9:30 at night. It's a high-rise dorm at Cabrini College. We put a call out for bomb dogs that were on status. There were 2 that were located in the lower portion of Delaware County. As a result of that, Fulcroft and Traynor police departments responded with their K-9s. They swept the dorm. It took well over 3.5 hours to make that dorm safe so that the students could return. So these are some of the highlighted cases that we've dealt with reactively. Proactively, just in 2013, we have had 2 events up in Wayne, the Wheels of Wayne, which was the first annual Recreation Department put on, as well as the Mainline Jazz Fest, and we were able to use Lower Merion and Upper Darby's K-9 units to do preemptive sweeps of North Wayne Avenue to make it safe. And I'll draw your attention to the first event was back on the 7th of April, and it was shortly after the Boston Marathon bombing. So this is the trends that we're seeing. We also plan additional sweeps for fall events that are coming up for the rest of this year. This past year, several schools have contracted with Upper Merion, Lower Merion Police Departments, as well as other police departments in the region that have canine units to come and do the sweeps through their schools and their businesses and whatnot. There's been over 25 details totaling 100 hours just alone in 2013. By 2015, we expect those numbers to increase to 75 details, resulting in approximately 300 hours. And again, it's a fee for service if this service is provided by Radnor Township, if you approve the canine unit. The theft from vehicles. In 2012, there had been 92 theft from vehicles, which they tend to trend in the township, and year-to-date, there's been 47 of them. Canine units can be very beneficial with officers in the area when they investigate these types of crimes because the perpetrators are on foot. Case in point was back in April 6, 2010. One of our officers was on patrol, observed two individuals breaking into a vehicle on Hawthorne Lane. Those individuals fled. They put out a call for an on-duty canine. Again, we were fortunate that Lower Merion was close. They responded immediately with approximately a 5-minute response time. They arrived there. They were able to pick up a scent. Within 10 minutes of their arrival, they located the two individuals hiding under a child's pool in the rear of 9 Blackfriar Lane, and they were subsequently taken into custody. So it's a success story here. Canine program success rates. In many of these cases, the specialized skills of an officer and their canine could have been applied. We see in this township from time to time trends with robberies, burglaries, theft from vehicles. Once these trends are established, the canine can help us solve them in a relatively quick manner. The officer and canine partner have a multifaceted approach when these crimes occur. We talk about tracking the perpetrator, locating critical evidence, such as a hat or a piece of item that the perpetrator may have been wearing. We retrieve that. It has DNA on it. That DNA is in the database. We can then turn around and identify the perpetrator. Also clearing residences and businesses, searching for perpetrators. This is important in an officer safety technique, in that rather than having the officer go in, if it's suspected that there's an armed felon in the building, the canine can be introduced into that, and one of two things will happen. Usually that'll flush the perpetrator out into custody, or if there is a confrontation, it's the dog that's confronting the perpetrator, not a human life, another officer. In addition to that, clearing structures is done in a more timely fashion. If it's a large residence or building, it may take 4 officers up to an hour and a half to 2 hours to clear it. With a canine unit, it can be cleared relatively quickly, within 15 minutes, thereby freeing up our resources. So what do we need at this time? Obviously, we would like your support on this resolution, an approval for the police department to move forward and establish an operational canine program. There are many benefits to it, but 3 of the ones that we'd like you to be aware of tonight is the time is of the essence when a crime occurs. Approval and travel time for other canine units coming into the township decreases the chances of apprehension, as well as there could be a destruction of evidence. A public-private partnership is formed with residents of our community, which is extremely important when it's community policing. It strengthens the relationships and promotes more transparency with the police department. And the addition of the canine unit would enhance the health, safety, and welfare of the best mainline community, which is Radnor Township. Again, I thank you for your time, and we look forward to your support.
Lieutenant, I have one question. In clearing a building, you said it would cut the time down from 4 hours to 2 hours roughly?
Relatively
right?
speaking, depending on
how does the dog do it faster than humans?
The dog is on, it's a 4-legged animal, and it can move through the building. It would be up to the canine handler to determine whether or not it would be off lead to put it into the building. But once the dog does that, as Lieutenant Flanagan stated earlier, its most powerful quality is scent. It picks up a scent, and it can go through that building relatively quickly, zeroing in on where the perpetrator may be hiding. Where officers are going to do a systematic search where they have to go from room to room to room using tactical principles when they're in the building, cover and concealment to making sure that they remain safe at all times. So if we come up to a room where we suspect there may be a perpetrator in there, they can introduce the canine into the room. If he's secreted under a bed or in a closet laying in wait with a weapon, he can flush the perpetrator out. Then the officers from a point of cover could take him into custody safely.
Lieutenant Block, a couple questions. If we have 2 dogs, we do not have 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year coverage, right?
We have none right now, that's correct.
No. I said if we had 2, we still wouldn't have 100% coverage. Limitations, the hours of the handlers and the hours of the dogs.
Right, they would be working in the 12-hour shifts. So you would have one-on-one for each day. There would be a dog available for 12 hours, and it's based on our call volume, crime statistics, and the trending. So,
But still, they're not going to be 7 days a week, 365 days.
Madam
a year.
President, or Commissioner Nagle, if I can interrupt, we also don't have 24-hour detectives. What we do is we have them on call, and if there's a significant incident that need to be called in, we have an on-call list, and we assume that something would be established similarly with the K-9 officers. And the other misconception is, just for the public's awareness, I know all the commissioners saw the packet. These will be working dogs that will work a 12-hour shift. They're not called in for some special detail. They will work with the officers for an entire shift. The officer will still respond to a burglary in progress. They'll still handle an auto accident. They'll still handle a theft report. So it's not like these dogs are prima donnas that sit somewhere in a cage until we need them for special events.
The other question I had was the details, the special details. Are they performed on the normal shift hours that these dogs are working, or these extra details?
they would be extra details, and they'd be brought in very similar to the extra duty details that our police officers work at Villanova or different traffic events throughout the township. So whoever the person is or entity is requesting that, there would be a fee for service. They would pay for the officer, the vehicle, as well as the dog and the service.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And you have two questions. I forget the answer to the question. How long does the dog generally last in service? 4 years, 8 years?
Generally speaking, if the dog's healthy, it's usually 8 to 10 years.
Okay.
But there's no hard, fast rule.
Understood.
The
Right.
general
I just
statistics
wasn't
show-
sure that
right.
we say the pilot program runs for a period of 2 years. When does the clock start ticking? When you go into the field, is that when the 2 years start? Or when we start training the dog, or tonight?
When the approval is placed, if it's approved to start the program, as soon as we receive the dogs, they start their training, and that's what we look at. That's all part of the pilot program.
So the
going
pilot
through.
program starts when the dog
When the
is
dogs
purchased
arrive.
or acquired by Radnor
Correct.
Township, which would be somewhere in that September, October timeframe.
Correct.
Do you know how the relationships with the universities are working with their other providers? Do they have an existing contract that they may not be able to break, or do you not know that level of detail yet?
It's fee for service, so they have to call around to find out, again, the availability of the dogs to come in.
So that you don't think they have any kind of 3-year contract with these private providers that would impede your ability to enter into an agreement with Villanova to utilize the dogs there?
They do not. And again, it's based on availability. They don't always use one police
Gotcha.
department. They call around to see what the availability is. And we have an excellent working relationship, if we talk about Villanova, with our extra duty details. So we know well in advance when events are coming, and we can plan for that in an appropriate manner to have resources available.
So basically, the plan is 2 years from September, October, you'll be standing in front of us saying, we've had these dogs for 2 years, this is how they've been utilized, these are the incidences, this is how they helped us, this is the revenue we generated, et cetera, and please authorize us going forward, or please discontinue, and we'll sell the dogs to some other police department.
That's correct. That would be the plan, and I think you would be very, very happy with the program and the statistics. And my colleague, Lieutenant Flanagan, I think would tell you the same thing.
Now, do you have a component of this presentation about the fundraising, or?
We were not, we needed
Okay.
to get approval, I'm sorry, we needed to get approval to move forward with that aspect.
Okay.
And then the manager has authorized John Rice to speak to the fundraising group to make sure that we're following all advice and direction from the township. But we are very prepared to get rolling if we get the approval to start as soon as possible.
Okay. I will just say on my own personal approach to this, when this was first presented, I was skeptical. Let's call it skeptical. And I didn't really understand or see the need. I think you have done an excellent job making a case for this. I learned a lot in our 2-hour meeting earlier about the need for this. I'm very impressed by the way these dogs do help out in the patrol function as opposed to the bomb sniffing function. And I'm also pleasantly surprised at the level of required funding. I thought it would be much more expensive. So I am inclined to support this. I do want to make a correction when I said that the subcommittee referred this to the Board of Commissioners. It was not unanimous, it was a 2-to-1 vote. So it came to us with that vote. So, do we have any other commissioner comment about this before?
Yeah, Chief, are you presenting this to us as a no-cost program? The acquisition costs of the animal, the acquisition of the vehicle and the outfitting of the vehicle and the training, all that capital, it's being presented where it will be a no-cost impact to our budget? And also, second half of the question is, as to the operating costs of the program, same question.
Commissioner, realistically, I don't think I can promise that. I think there would be a significant offset to the township, but I can't sit here and definitively tell you it won't cost the township taxpayers anything for this program.
The ordinance is written that it's conditional on the fundraising.
Yes, and that is if we get the significant funding that we're hoping to get, but that's an unknown at this point on my end. There are gentlemen in the audience that can speak otherwise, but from my position, I can't guarantee that there won't be any cost for us at this point.
But if we don't secure the funding, the way it's written is we don't go forward.
That's part of the pilot program, and we have a lot of support for this right now.
Maybe if I can, just to add to that to Commissioner Higgins, both Commissioner Higgins, sorry, that I think what the superintendent's talking about, we can look at numbers different ways. You can look at, is the total expense of the officer going to be included in here to be that? But no, that won't be included. I think the intention is for the dogs, for the care, for the handling of that, the intention is to provide all those costs. There'll be no cost to the township.
Well, the officer would come from our existing
That's correct.
complement.
That's correct. And I just wanted to say, Jim, that, I mean, people can twist that to say, well, you know, it's not 100%.
Yeah.
It's the cost for the dogs, the care, all of that to bring this on board.
But in
those costs.
your larger write-up, you do point out that there will be overtime. Mandatory, we compensate the officer for a certain amount of overtime incurred in taking care of the dog off-duty hours, as I am.
That's correct.
Well, Chief, do you feel better about the first part of the program, that is the acquisition costs being no impact to the township, than you do about the cost of the program over the 2 years operating?
Oh, I'm very, I have a very positive outlook on this entire thing. I think that the offset alone is significant enough that the cost that we do bear for the overtime or whatever the case may be for the training would be minimal when you look at the big picture.
What we're talking about a 2-year program where the costs are going to try to be offset with income. And so there'll be a cost item in the budget and an income item in the budget, and we're hoping they balance.
Yes, Commissioner, and as I believe Lieutenant Block said, I think you're going to see, unfortunately, after what happened in Boston and other incidents, there is going to be more and more of a demand for these types of dogs.
But just to be clear, Bob, the program doesn't go forward if we don't raise sufficient funds to cover the capital costs.
That's correct. That's correct.
Doesn't go forward 2 years from now. But what happens if they can't raise the money? I mean, they're going to buy the dog and start the dog immediately, correct? And so you're going to have costs in the 6 months from now.
I'm quite confident that we're going to be able to raise those funds before
Would
this
you buy the
starts.
dog without the commitment?
I think some of the commitments have been made to be able to
Okay.
cover those
So-
costs.
so-
Your intention is to purchase the dog very, very quickly and get the dog and the officers enrolled by September, correct? That's my understanding.
That is correct, and we do have, again, we haven't gotten the approval, but we have commitments that I feel safe saying that the dogs are purchased and people are going to donate already. We're off to a good start. But to answer your question, at the back end of the 2 years, in my opinion, if it was determined that we were not going to proceed forward or we were in a loss situation, some of the things, such as the vehicle and some of the equipment, could be liquidated to recoup some of the expenditures. But obviously, being new to this, you know, we're anticipating and very hopeful that we raise at least that $100,000 mark that we're shooting for.
So is the answer to Commissioner Higgins' question yes, then? That that this is being presented as a no-cost option? And it's really more of an intent than a guarantee. But the answer is your intention is that this is no cost to the township.
That is correct, Commissioner.
But I'm unclear because I'm getting two different answers. Will you purchase the dogs if nobody commits any third-party funding?
Yes, but I believe the funding is in place pending tonight's approval. because someone's not going to write a check for the township if they don't have.
But that's a
approved by the
different,
board.
I'm not trying to be a nitpicker, Bob, would be a pain in the butt here. But we can approve it tonight.
Correct.
And you can choose not to implement it because you
Correct.
can't secure the funding.
Correct. We will not purchase the dogs until we have a commitment for the funding.
Okay, that's the answer I wanted to hear.
Essentially, tonight, you're just looking for the permission to go forward so you can get the commitment to the funding.
That's correct.
And it is your intent that this will be a zero cost to the township, at least in the short run.
That's correct.
And Madam President, if I could just jump in, I just spoke to one of our fundraisers. There's absolutely enough money for the cost of the two dogs right now.
Okay. Well, this has been moved. It hasn't been seconded.
What?
So before we go on,
More comments, or you want to wait till after it's seconded?
let's get it seconded.
I'll
before we-
second.
Okay.
I completely understand the value of the dogs, and I would always rather have a dog go into a building declared than one of our officers. And it's always much better to have a perpetrator on the ground with a dog standing on its chest than rather one of our officers having a weapon drawn. I understand all that. However, I just don't think you've made the case that the need is sufficient to justify the program. It's that simple. There's a lot of great tools out there. So it's really about the need. It's great that we're going to get voluntary contributions. That's wonderful, but 2 years won't really tell us what the long-term outlook is for this program. And to go back to my prior point where I was asking Lieutenant Block, if you really wanted to do this right and ensure you had the 365 coverage, you'd need 4 dogs, not 2. And you're asking for 2 bomb dogs. I was questioned by residents of my ward, why aren't we looking at maybe 1 drug dog, 1 bomb dog? We did get an answer, which I thought was very reasonable during the subcommittee meeting on that, so I was able to address that. However, I haven't seen yet sufficient detail to convince me that the need is there, and I will not be voting for this.
Okay, is there any other commissioner comment?
I'll just make a few comments. A few years ago, when I ran for office in my district, we had 27 burglaries. And I believe that if we had a dog on staff, that we wouldn't have had 27 burglaries. They would have been solved on the first or second. In that same year, we had an incident in the neighborhood that involved a burglar shooting at police officers. And this incident began at about 2:30 in the morning and proceeded till about 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning. And during that time, we had state police helicopters flying over. We had officers walking the streets with rifles. And we had assistance from neighboring townships. But what we didn't have at that moment when that incident started was a dog. And I'm convinced that if we had a dog during that incident, that burglar would have been apprehended in the dark, probably within minutes of it occurring. But instead, what we ended up with was a burglar at large in a neighborhood with a firearm that had already shot at officers, who was still in the neighborhood when the kids came out of their houses to get on buses in the morning. We had 160 kids in that neighborhood. Now, the police did a very good job of keeping most of the kids off the street and in the houses. But what we had was a dynamic that I never want to see again. So I'm going to fully support this. I think the dogs provide lots of benefits. They're a force multiplier. They provide a capability that we don't have. They also give us the ability to sweep the high school. We don't have that capability now. And we know that from incidents like Columbine and other incidents, that a bomb-sniffing dog would have made all the difference because those scents are there, and it would have prevented those types of crimes. So I really support this. I think it's a good idea. As far as coverage, I believe that with mutual aid from neighboring townships, that we will bridge the gap. We will have coverage most of the time, and especially when we need it. I'm sure the officers that are volunteering for this position to be the handler will recognize the gravity and the magnitude of what they can do with that dog and want to work the overtime and want to be available nights and weekends. So I like the idea. I fully support it. Thank you.
Any other commissioner comment?
Yeah, I'm going to support it also. I was skeptical even coming into the meeting tonight, but I've been convinced, and John Nagle, I appreciate your points, but I think there is evidence that there is a need for the dogs. We have a couple of slides that were presented to us. Since 2012, there were 10 incidents in which the canines were requested. In 2 cases, there were no canine units available. There were 25 bomb sweeps at Villanova. We could have done those, and I don't want to make this into a mercenary kind of analysis, but we could have gained income from those. And then there's the burglaries that are documented on the list. We've had a number. The first 6 months of this year, we had a number of high publicity crimes committed. Some of those probably couldn't have been solved if we had a dog, but I think some of them could. And so I think if anything we can do to improve the safety of our community, our people, our children, we ought to go for it. And especially the thing that tips it really in my favor or in favor of this program is the fact that there is a very, very high possibility or probability that this will be a no-cost program to the township. So I'm going to vote for it.
Then,
Okay, any other comment?
yeah, I'm also going to support it. Initially, I was skeptical, like many commissioners. The police made a very compelling argument. The 2 things that stood out most for me, one is the number of public events that we have. We're having an increasing number of them. We're finding them popular. Increasingly, our community wants to come out on a Saturday and a Sunday in the fall. And the news is telling us that many people can build a bomb these days. And so I think this is the kind of protection that the community wants. And I think we should provide it for them. And then the second is our capability to respond to a tactical situation. We have great resources. We can put great resources on site quickly, but that first officer will be on an island. And the idea that that officer can respond quickly with a dog and get to that tactical scene before his or her peers arrive to support him is very compelling to me. So those were the 2 reasons that stood out most for me. So accordingly, I intend to support it.
Okay, any further commissioner comment? Is there any staff comment?
Yes, Madam President, briefly. Previous towns I've been in, we've utilized K-9 units, and they've been a disappointment at best. They basically perform as show dogs where they have baseball cards and they go to schools and kids pet them, and it's very nice, but not very much of a working dog. Going down to the Philadelphia training facility and school, it's an entirely different scenario how they will train these dogs. These dogs will be working right alongside our officers that will provide many benefits. But I think in the bigger picture here, knowing that in looking at our township, we have 2 trains that run through the town, multiple train stops. We have I-476 that runs through this community, 4 colleges and universities that are within the community here, as well as other private schools. The necessity to bring on another tool to help our department, I think, is huge for us. I give a lot of credit to the police officers, again, for looking at a way to help defer these costs and to way the supporters here to be able to step forward and provide funding like they have for the motorcycles that you see in town that have all been donated to the township here as our residents have stepped up to help support this program to, again, limit the exposure and the cost to the township. And I fully support this program. I think this will provide us tremendous benefits, especially in areas where we have a lot of open areas, park areas, trails, where it's not easy to access to be able to put a dog into work in these particular areas. As heavily wooded some of our areas are as well. I think this will provide a tremendous benefit for the township.
Thank you. Is there any other staff comment? Is there any public comment on this issue?
Good evening, Sarah Pilling from Garrett Hill. I have just one question. What about insurance? I know that dogs are well trained by their handlers, but there's always a situation where the dog can bite someone.
Yeah,
And then you have a real issue, and I'd like to be absolutely sure that there is adequate insurance
This was addressed at the subcommittee meeting, and they're fully insured. They're
We're
covered under.
currently insured.
Currently.
Was that is that cost through the township, or is that part of this money to run the unit?
We can get some detail from Lieutenant Flanagan, but I understand it's already covered.
Our current police liability coverage already covers us for this. However, the one thing we were adding is the value of the dog in case it was killed or injured, and that is a small amount of money. I'm just looking for it. Annual slide. A little bit harder. Be $1,100 a year to cover a dog, both dogs. And then the liability insurance has already been paid for by the township, and we are covered for its general liability duties.
Officer Flanagan, before you sit down, do you want to identify the two officers who have already been screened?
Yes, I would. Superintendent Colarulo picked, if you guys could just step forward, Officer Dan Lunger and Officer Jen Coco. They actually went down to the Philadelphia and had to go through instruction and make sure, and then an interview was conducted by the specialist down there, and they contacted the superintendent with full approval of his choice.
Great, thank you. Is there any other public comment on this issue? Okay, it's been moved and seconded, and I'm going to go ahead and call the vote. All those in favor of this resolution say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. And that's one opposed. That passes 6-1 with Commissioner Nagle opposing.
Thank you, Tony. The next item is, I'd like to make a motion to approve ordinance 2013-16, adopting that ordinance, updating and codifying Chapter 270, Vehicles and Traffic of the Code of the Township of Radnor, and establishing fines and penalties for violations thereof.
Second.
Superintendent Colarulo, do you want to give us a brief summation of what this is?
Oh, yes, Madam President, this was a work in progress over a number of months. Then it was brought back to the commissioners for any other comments or changes, modifications. This is the final acceptance of the traffic vehicles, new ordinance. John Rice will handle the announcement of any other discussion if you need it. There was one minor change. I spoke to Mr. Rice about a handicap parking space that could easily be amended on Garrett Avenue. Other than that, this is ready to go.
Okay, and I just want to add that this item was also dealt with at the subcommittee level. I think it was in May. And we had another, I think, about a 2-hour discussion going through the details. As you can see, the magnitude of this is quite large. It's about a year's worth of work in kind of inventorying all of our staff traffic ordinances and what we physically have out in our community. So there has been a lot of detailed analysis of this, but given the magnitude of it, this probably will be amended in the future as it covers absolutely everything in our township. But I would like to, first of all, express appreciation for the amount of work from our police staff that went into putting this together over the last year. It's a tremendous amount of work. And then once the work was done, it was a tremendous amount of revisiting and perfecting, which is probably quite tedious work, and they did an excellent job. So.
I'd like to add to that. I think I understand how this was done. First, our solicitor, working in cooperation with the superintendent, went through all of our traffic code, our entire traffic, parking, every other element in our traffic code, and started weeding out ordinances that we thought we didn't need any longer. We were left with a group of ordinances, and then, as I understand it, that group was handed down to the people below the superintendent for the purpose of actually going out into the township and looking at every street, every corner, every stop sign, every yield sign, every no parking sign, to see how the sign in the field compared to the law on the books. Because if we have a sign in the field that says no parking or speeding, no speeding above 25 miles an hour, and we don't have a law to back it up, then if somebody gets a citation for that, they can refuse to pay it and fight it out, and most likely will be adjudged as not guilty. So it was an enormous effort. I'm not sure how long it took. Was it 1 year or 2 years, Chief?
It was about a year.
About a year. So, and this is the result. It's some, thank you, John, 85 pages long. It's great reading, everybody. Take a look at it. So I intend to vote for it. Thank you.
Okay, is there any other commissioner comment? Any staff comment?
Just a couple comments, Commissioner. Just to follow up Commissioner Higgins' comments, and the police department did a great job, in particular Officer Mattis, who sort of led the search on the streets of Radnor for where all the stop signs were on the parking locations. But the township had over the years, from the 70s, an ordinance that would do something in 1975, and it would be amended maybe in 1972, 78, and then through the years, you'd have changing handicap parking areas, you would have changing, speed limits, et cetera. So we put it together into and this is a codification, where all the streets, all the stop intersections, all the parking locations, instead of amending an ordinance 2 or 3 times, it's now in one spot. There'll be one section that has all the stop intersections, one section with all the streets and the speed limits, and it's going to be easier, I think, for the police department. It's going to be easier, certainly, for anybody that wants to find the ordinance that backs up some traffic regulation, and certainly easier for your solicitor to amend in the future. So that's what we did, which Commissioner Higgins, described, and we consolidated everything. Since this has been advertised, however, there's actually 2 revisions to it, which the chief, and this again was a constant work in progress. There were 2 things added to this ordinance, which I have with me tonight after this was advertised. You can make minor changes in an ordinance once it's been advertised at the public hearing. So I just want to read those into the record. One was, we added a handicap parking area regarding Garrett Avenue, which is added on page 49 of this consolidated code. It's a handicap parking area on the west side, 38 feet in front of 38 Garrett Avenue, in a southerly direction for a distance of 18 feet. So that's been added. That was something that the police department identified, gave to my office, and that's been added to this ordinance. The other thing that was added was something that was omitted, is a yield sign on Barclayton Circle on the east side at the intersection of Barclayton Road. So, and that's on page 29 in that section, section 270-17. So other than those 2 late additions, the ordinance is ready for the board's enactment.
Do we need a motion adding those, or they're already in their motion?
Well, I would move to add those.
All right, I'll move it be approved with those 2 additions.
Second.
And one comment, John, this is going to go into Chapter 270 of our general legislation. Am I correct that we have a lot of ordinances that are actually not in our general legislation? They're scattered around in various manuals?
Well, all the traffic code individual ordinances over the years all referenced Chapter 270, but they weren't organized by headings. I mean, it was a bit of a mess to figure out what was on the books, what wasn't on the books, but this will now all be, all your traffic regulations, including there's some updated traffic calming regulations that are being added here. There's some pedestrian traffic regulations which you've never had on the books. You have, crosswalks, and you've never had any regulations dealing with crosswalks or pedestrians in the roadway. So Those things are new, so they're all now under 270. They're not scattered about different chapters where they were either inappropriate. But it'll all be in here in a bound book for your reading pleasure.
Okay, is there any other staff comment? Do we have any public comment on this item? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and call a vote on the motion that Bill Spingler made with the 2 changes incorporated. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes 7-0.
Next, we're going to have a hearing and discussion on ordinance 2013-14, amending Chapter 115, Animals of the Code of the Township of Radnor by providing for new regulations pertaining to the vaccination of dogs and cats, seizure of unlicensed and or unvaccinated dogs and cats, procedure for rabies vaccinations and the quarantine of high-risk animals, and procedures for the control of dogs and cats running at large. And this is just a hearing discussion. There'll be no vote this evening.
Yeah, I would like to go ahead and note and underscore that tonight we are not taking a vote on this. This is in front of us tonight as a hearing or discussion, and the reason for that is that when this came up at our last meeting, it was very late at night. It might have even been the next morning, and it was up for introduction. And one of the commissioners, several of us felt that we would introduce it, but since nobody was around at that point to give public comment on it because it was so late at night, that although we introduced it, we would take the public comment tonight, and then we would vote on it subsequently. So this is serving a little bit like the introduction of the ordinance. So we will tonight take staff comment, which we did not take that evening, and we will take some public comment. We will not be voting tonight on this ordinance. It was not advertised as a motion and a vote, so we won't be doing that. I noticed that we have a full house tonight, and I'm surmising that this is about this issue. So if I could get a show of hand of everyone who's here on this issue, that would be very helpful. Okay, that is about 70, maybe 80 people, maybe a little bit more. Can I get a show of hand of people who would like to get up to the podium and speak tonight? Okay. Thankfully, that was not all 70, 80 hands. So I'm going to ask everyone who comes up to the podium when we get there to introduce themselves, to say where they live, if they live in Radnor or not, and to please keep your comments to a minimum. If you have planned to say things that someone before you has gotten up and said, that's fine. You can just say, I agree with the previous speaker, and that does the trick. Okay? But before we go to public comment, I am going to go ahead and invite our staff to give comment on this proposed ordinance.
Thank you, Madam President. After reviewing this ordinance with staff, what I would like to recommend is that the board actually vote to permanently table this item, and in respect to that, introduce Resolution 213-100. In reviewing with the staff some of the issues, just want to step through, and these are not only my recommendations, but also those of the animal control officer and our health officer too as well. That in looking through here, there are many issues we see within this ordinance and within Chapter 115. Some of the big items it would be manpower intensive. It is impossible to enforce the terms within here. We don't think this is realistic for the township to consider. There are multiple problems that we see within here. One of the concerns, and I reviewed this with our health officer again this morning, there was not a rabies issues within the township. Have we had a few cases here and there? We have, but there are not issues to be able to warrant stepping into this particular area at this time. That's why what we are proposing is the Resolution 213-100, promoting the voluntary participation for residents in the TNR program, Trap, Neuter, and Release program. We think that provides a lot of benefits. It gets us moving in the right direction. We also think public education is a big component of this that would follow on with this resolution. But what we would ask is that this evening, and I know the board would not vote, in that I believe that vote would be for yes or no, but what I'd ask the board is to vote to table this item, send it back to our Board of Health for further review, because there are a couple items that there are some, an item, one or two that may be in here that can be worked on, but I'd ask the board to consider voting to table this, send it back to the Board of Health for further review, and ask the board to consider adopting Resolution 213-100. And again, that's the recommendation of myself, our animal control officer within the police department, and our health officer.
Bob, can I ask you a question on, I don't disagree with the first part of your recommendation, but I'm very uncomfortable with 2013-100 because it doesn't really say anything. It says, we'll make township resources available to residents and/or nonprofit organizations to assist them. There's no specificity around resources.
I think that opens to our staff, which is also resources. If there is a proposal that would be submitted to us by a group or organization to help fund, that is something we would consider, but we don't have that. But I think a lot of the resources is staff time with our health officer, police officers, our animal control officer. Those are resources that we are willing to commit. If there is a financial commitment that we would be asked, we'd bring that back to the board for further consideration. But I think this begins the dialogue, and also our resources are part of the community education aspect of this, which is a big component of this that we would do is the educational process, which I think has to follow right on there. So those are the resources that I envision that we would utilize at this time.
So would you, I know they're sort of blending together, and I don't want to get ahead of ourselves here. But would you be more, it would make me more comfortable if there was something more specific that said, we'll make township personnel resources available at the discretion of the manager or something like that.
That would be fine.
Okay.
That would be fine.
Thank you, Bob. Do we have any other staff comment or opinion about this? Okay. I'm going to go ahead and call for public comment on the issue. Hello?
Madam President, honorable commissioners, my name is Greg Miller. I'm a Radnor Township resident. I've lived on Chamonix Road in St. David's for the last 28 years. And I am privileged to address you tonight in opposition to the proposed Ordinance 2013-14 and in favor of Mr. Zienkowski's resolution in favor of TNR with the amendment made by Commissioner Kevin Higgins. And I'm not here alone. As you know, there are other people who want to speak tonight, and I think that we intend to be coordinated and not overlap with one another. I am essentially here to introduce a veterinarian who is the chief of the surgery department at the Pennsylvania SPCA, Dr. Adam Corbett. And he and I, but mostly he, are going to address the health issues that were first raised by the Board of Health, which I believe got this proposed ordinance going in the first place, starting back in 2011. And I just hope that the aggregate group that we have here can make as compelling a presentation to the commissioners as the canine patrol officers did. But Dr. Corbett and I are going to lead off on sort of the health side of things. Then there's going to be a lady lawyer who has studied TNR ordinances and laws across the country. And she's an expert who would like to comment on those kind of statutes and how they work. And then we have a number of individuals who are caretakers, or sometimes called trappers, who take care of colonies of feral cats throughout Radnor Township and other places. So these are the people with the boots on the ground who can explain to the commissioners how a TNR program operates and the cost thereof, which has been borne by the individual caretakers to date. We have a very brief PowerPoint presentation, Dr. Corbett and I. This is the facing page of it. There are only 3 additional pages, I think, or 4 pages. Oh, thank you. But basically, what we want to say is it's our understanding that going back to the year 2011, the Board of Health found some potential health threats from feral cats. And they were twofold. First of all, rabies, and the second was a parasitic infection called toxoplasmosis that was alleged to cause blindness and miscarriages. So we looked into the allegations that were made, first starting with rabies. It was alleged that there were 56 cases of rabies, and this ought to be a concern to Radnor Township. What we found actually was the Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture is charged in the Commonwealth for gathering statistics and reporting on all the rabies cases throughout the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, county by county. And there hasn't been a single solitary case of cat rabies in Delaware County, much less Radnor Township, in the past decade. Not one. And certainly not 56 rabid cats. Okay? The second aspect of that was the Pennsylvania Department of Health talks to rabies too. And you'll see there's a citation to their website where the Department of Health says there hasn't been a single human case of rabies out of the 12 million Pennsylvania residents since 1984. So that's the extent of the threat of rabies, which we think is virtually non-existent in Radnor Township. The other health threat had to do with blindness and miscarriages due to toxoplasmosis. So we researched that too. And it is true that in some instances, there could be blindness in people who have reduced immune systems and possible miscarriages among pregnant women. However, the studies into these things by the Centers of Disease Control of the Department of Health and Human Services indicate that far and away the largest share of toxoplasmosis comes from contaminated food, and there are very few cases of toxo that are caused by cats. Furthermore, the studies that are done between feral cats and pet cats indicate that pet cats are actually a greater possible source of toxo than the feral cats. The bottom line is, if you look at the literature, the chance of toxoplasmosis from feral cats is not a serious health threat to Radnor Township. Again, I'm not a veterinarian, but I think the board is entitled to hear from an expert in this subject. And I have with me Dr. Adam Corbett. As I said, he's with the Pennsylvania SPCA. He's a graduate of University of Pennsylvania Veterinary School. And with your permission, I offer him to you for a brief explanation. Thank you.
Can I just ask you a logistical question?
Yes.
Are you here as a legal representative of anybody, or are you just here speaking on behalf of yourself?
I'm just here as a citizen.
Okay, thank you.
I happen to be a lawyer, but and I do pro bono legal work for the Pennsylvania SPCA, but I'm here as a citizen. And before I depart, I would just like an opportunity to hand up to the commissioners the rabies maps that have been available on the website of the Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture that show the extent of rabies in all the counties for the past decade. May I approach? Thank you very much. And now, Adam Corbett.
Hi, I am Dr. Adam Corbett. I am not a resident of Radnor Township. I am a veterinary surgeon at the Pennsylvania SPCA, which is the largest animal welfare organization in the state of Pennsylvania. And the Pennsylvania SPCA, I believe 2 years ago, has already expressed its support for TNR, specifically in the instance of this ordinance in Radnor. And I'm here to yet again represent the Pennsylvania SPCA in support of trap, neuter, release, or TNR. I'm here personally as a veterinarian, and veterinarians are often at the front line of public health because many of the diseases that affect human beings affect animals first, and can cross both ways. We call that a zoonotic disease when it goes from an animal to a person. And my understanding has been that the instance of some of these zoonotic diseases is of concern to the township and why this ordinance was in place. And I'm not going to go over the same statistics that Mr. Miller did, but we do have them here and we have all the resources if you'd like to see them. But it's important to understand that rabid cats are not a problem within Delaware County, and human rabies is not a problem in Pennsylvania going back quite some time. And a lot of that has to do with the very effective vaccination programs that we've enacted among domestic animals for the past decades. One additional comment about toxoplasmosis I'd like to make is that and it's not within this, but a study was done comparing the incidence of toxoplasmosis among veterinary healthcare workers and the general public, and did not find a difference in incidence. And that's because the primary source of toxoplasma infection is ingestion through undercooked meat. So there's a much higher risk of not cooking your dinner thoroughly and getting this disease than there is of even having a cat in your home, no less having a cat in your community. So trap, neuter, release, or TNR as we call it, is something that I've been a part of for 6 years now from the surgical side, which means I'm the person who performs the surgical alterations. And one thing that I'm not sure is understood by everyone when they hear that is that trap, neuter, release includes vaccination as part of the protocol routinely across all programs. The cats that come through are therefore, when they're returned to the community, not a risk, most especially for rabies, which I think is the highest concern. And areas that do not enact TNR wind up having communities of cats that are unvaccinated, and they live shorter lives, breed more rapidly, and go out into the community more often because they're not being cared for. Trap, neuter, release results in healthier cats that are cared for that tend to stay in one place and are not as much of a risk. And there's something called the vacuum effect. I won't get into it too much, but it's about population dynamics. It's impossible to remove all of any animal from an environment, and attempts to do so cause more rapid population growth of that animal. So you have many younger, high-risk animals, whereas trap, neuter, release puts stable, healthy animals back into the environment. And as some of the other speakers will talk about, it's a successful program throughout many places in the country, especially in the Northeast, which has been kind of a leader in this area. So yeah, if there are any questions, I'd be happy to address them. But I think the most important thing to remember is that a trap, neuter, release program with willing participation from the community results in healthier cats and a healthier community.
Thank you very much for your
I
comments.
do have one technical question. Does the vaccination have to reoccur? Meaning, once the animal is trapped and spayed or neutered and vaccinated, does the periodicity, is the vaccine such that it has to be repeated with some periodicity?
It actually does not. They've done some studies on this because of that worry. A single vaccination of an animal over 3 months of age lasts through, I believe, 30 months. They showed that the titers were still protective, and likely beyond that. It's just that the studies haven't been done to take it out that entire way. But generally, for these kind of vaccines, they tend to be lifelong.
So they would last the 6, 7, 8 years, 10 years of a feral cat?
It should be. I don't have studies to speak to say we're positive on that on every single instance, but the way the studies are going, and they keep doing longer and longer studies, yes, it does appear to be that way.
Did you say 30 months?
Yes, I believe that's the study I read right before coming here today. We may be able to find more.
He said 8 years.
Yes, and as a doctor, I can only speak specifically to the studies, but when those studies don't show a decrease in titers, what that does is support the idea that that protection is long-lasting. And I'm almost certain, since there is not going to be a vote today, that I'll be able to find additional
But the evidence
information.
you have now is that the outward limit is 30 months.
That is the proven
Okay.
limit on it, but the outward limit, I can speak to my own vaccination, that I was vaccinated against rabies, and my titers have remained strong throughout the years.
Okay, thank you very much.
Dr. Corbett, I just want to emphasize a point and have you confirm it. Right now, we have, Radnor's no different than any other community in Pennsylvania. We have feral cat communities that are living in the wild, and currently, if it wasn't for the hard work of the volunteers in TNR, this township and many other townships are not doing anything to treat those animals. So if it weren't for the volunteers, if it weren't for TNR, these feral cat communities would not receive any vaccinations at any point, and they would therefore have a higher risk to the community than if they were treated. I mean, this is what I'm hearing. This is what I've been hearing for years now. Would you agree to that?
That is absolutely the case. The primary push towards protecting these community cats comes through the dedicated work of cat lovers and nonprofit organizations and veterinarians across the country. And that is the important point there when we talk about it is we're not talking about a protection that could in theory be limited versus a permanent solution. We're talking about a protection versus no protection. These cats in the community are part of the population of animals that live there, and we can help them and help the community through programs like TNR. And it's done, in cities across the country and townships across the country.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments.
Hello. My name is Amanda Novotny, and I'm the Special Projects Manager at Alley Cat Allies. We are a national nonprofit animal organization based in Bethesda, Maryland, just outside D.C., and we have many supporters here in Radnor Township. So Alley Cat Allies supports and promotes humane and effective methods of approach for feral and stray cats, mainly trap, neuter, return, or trap, neuter, release, as you've heard about today. Basically, the proposed ordinance is not the right approach to the township's outdoor cat population. It does nothing to actually get the cats neutered and vaccinated. It actually discourages that by placing more restrictions on the caregivers of those cats. The proposed resolution, though, is definitely the right approach. It encourages local volunteers to step forward and do the right thing for the cats by getting them neutered and vaccinated. There are many caring individuals and organizations already conducting TNR in Radnor Township. For example, the Radnor Cats Coalition, many of whom are here today, have created this flyer, which I'll hand out in just a minute, to educate their fellow community members about what to do if they see a cat in their yard, which is often the first question people ask, what do I do with this cat? So Radnor Cats has created this to help answer that question. And it also links to other local resources in the area, such as the Spade Club, where people can get advice and help for the cats they see. So what your support of this resolution would do is make it known that this humane, effective approach is backed by the commissioners, which would encourage even more citizens to step up and proactively address the outdoor cat population in Radnor. The resolution does not specifically ask for financial support from the township. The TNR groups are merely asking for your support of their mission. The Radnor Cats Coalition flyer and information are valuable tools that could be distributed to those with concerns or questions about cats. Alley Cat Allies is grateful that they are here, providing this service to their community and making strides to help their community's cats, and we are ready to support them in their efforts to continue on their good work for the cats. So thank you very much for your time and your support of TNR and those conducting it in your community. Would you like to see this?
Sure. Okay, I'll pass them on. Thank you for your comments. Is there other public comment?
Hi, Hi, my name is Elizabeth Holtz, and I'm the staff attorney at Alley Cat Allies, which my colleague Amanda just said is in Bethesda, Maryland. I'm here briefly to speak to you tonight about the research I've done about trap, neuter, return ordinances and resolutions like the one before you tonight across the country. Last year, I conducted the first comprehensive review of municipalities with trap, neuter, return ordinances. And my conclusions were pretty striking. A substantial number of cities and counties today in the United States promote trap, neuter, return as their primary method of animal control for feral cats. The number of trap, neuter, return ordinances has grown exponentially from 2003, where there were 23 municipalities, to today there's over 250 municipalities that support trap, neuter, return. And this is simply because trap, neuter, return is the future of animal control. Lethal control, or trap and kill, trap and remove, has failed in virtually every city and town across the United States. This is why cities big and small, such as San Jose in California, Dallas, Texas, Washington, D.C., Chicago, Baltimore, just to name a few, have all adopted trap, neuter, return recently. So I urge you to step into the future and support a policy that's good for public health, good for community morale, and good for animals. And I have a copy of my report here.
Thank you very much. Okay, anybody else?
Oh. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to address the commissioners and Madam Chairperson. I'm Susan Spinello, and I do not live in the township. I'm the executive director for the board for the Spade Club. We're a nonprofit organization that provides low-cost spay and neuter to the general public. In the past 4 years that our clinic has been open, we have completed more than 30,000 spay neuters for cats and dogs. We have also completed over 4,000 trap, neuter, release animals. We're here today to offer our support to to all the trappers and to the township, if you would like to take advantage of our services or if they'd like to work with us. We provide trap, neuter, we provide the spay, neuter, and rabies and distemper vaccines to the animals to the general public at the low cost of $30 per animal. The cost to actually exterminate an animal is about $130 to $150 per animal. Again, so this is a very cost-effective solution, although it's entirely free if the volunteer trappers are doing all the work. And if any of the trappers need support in terms of low-cost spay-neuter, or in terms of, we also do trap loaning, and we have some free programs. We've been fortunate enough to get some grants for some high problem areas, and where we've provided quite a large number of free trap neuter returns. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you for your comments.
I neglected to mention that this month, the entire month of August, the Spade Club is having a $20 pit bull promotion. So you can get your pit bull or your pit bull mix, spayed or neutered, and vaccinated for rabies and distemper for $20. So anyone who has pit bulls?
Okay, any other public comment? Come on up.
I'm Joanne Morgan. I do not live in the township. I do trap, neuter, release, and I brought this. I take cats off the streets often. I get them homes I beg the world to take them. All my friends, when they see I'm online, they go, I don't need another cat. But I have placed over 600 animals. There's 4 of us that take them off the streets. So all of these animals have not reproduced. They're in happy, loving homes. I've been doing this for over 8 years. I have colonies out there, just 3, thank goodness. One of them I took 14 kittens out of when I first started, 4 adult cats. I am down to 3 very happy, healthy, chubby little cats that just can't be placed in homes. And it's hard to find good barn homes, but I'm always looking for them. I also belong to the Spay Club, who helps me with the cost, and also Spay and Save, because we have adoption days and all kinds of wonderful things going on. And if anyone needs a cat or kitten, I got it. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Brenda Malinix, and I am in Philadelphia. I do trap, neuter, release. I'm also a member of the Spay Club, and I'm licensed by the Pennsylvania Game Commission as a specialist in nuisance wildlife. And I would like to just, as Dr. Corbett said, no animal is ever going to be, will ever go away from a particular area. And one of the things that stood out to me in reading your proposals is that there isn't any talk about mandatory sterilization of animals within communities. And that is one of the things that is so lacking in overpopulations. And I would just like to pass this out if I can. The Baltimore Humane Society did a study that shows 2 uncontrolled breeding cats, if they had 2 litters of kittens and all those kittens reproduced, in 10 years, there would be 80 million cats. It's a staggering statistic, and most people don't realize how frequent cats can breed. So it's very infrequent that a community mandates spay-neutering, but that is the key to stopping the problems that we have in our communities with cats and with dogs and with cruelty and with suffering for the animal population.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening. I'm Joe Siciliano from Aegis Avenue. I'm a trapper, a member of the Radnor Cats Coalition. I'd like to thank the commissioners and Madam President for allowing us to speak today. I'd just like to say I'm in opposition to Ordinance 2013-14, and I'd like to support the resolution 2013-100. I think it would be good for the township, good for feral cats and feral cat caretakers, and I would appreciate the township approving that resolution.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Patty Kirshner. I live in Bryn Mawr. I've been a trapper for a good solid 13 years, and I've probably participated in the TNRing of close to 5,000 cats. I have also participated in the management. A key component of TNR is the management of the colonies. Once we've gathered the cats, we spayed and neutered them and vaccinated them, is to manage the colony, and that involves the caretaker. While they feed them every day, they keep tabs on the size of the colony and the health of the colony. They can recognize when a newcomer might enter the colony and to be sure that that newcomer is spay-neutered and vaccinated as well. So I've seen personally the effects that TNRing can have on a community. One thing that hasn't been specifically mentioned tonight is that when you effectively TNR and manage a colony, the size of that colony will, by attrition, shrink. And there have been instances where colonies have entirely dissipated. They've, over the death of the adults and the management of the newcomers, those colonies are actually eliminated entirely. Another component that I think is really important for a community is, in my experience, and I think some of the other people here may have had the same experience, is that many, many times the individuals and the neighborhoods that are overwhelmed with feral cats are the less advantaged neighborhoods. And my experience is that this is frequently because the individuals in those parts of our townships don't have the education and the funds to just take matters in hand and take care of those animals and spay, neuter them, and vaccinate them. Frequently, people with greater resources just do it. We know it's the right thing to do, and we have the money to spend to do it. So that people with fewer resources are frequently the ones that become overrun and overburdened. I've actually seen many instances of people who are using the money that they need for their own food and the health care of their children to take care of these colonies, and they are emotionally and financially overrun. When you institute a program of TNR in a community, and I'd also like to say that the public education is absolutely a key component. It is critical. A community-wide program will have way less effectiveness if a community education component is not undertaken effectively. But when we go into the communities where these very large colonies are overrunning the area, and we acknowledge the values of the individuals who are trying to deal with these colonies. We empower them. We tell them that they're important, that what they care about is important, and that as a community we want to help support them. And it can make a major difference in how these people conduct their lives and how they're able to use their own resources. And it helps to bring them into the community as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Joanne Fredericks, and I am a resident of Radnor Township. And I just wanted to say that I support TNR, and I urge you to table the ordinance. I also sent you an email earlier today, which was a letter written by a local vet, Dr. Kurt Hyde of Pets First Veterinary Center. And I wanted to submit the original for the record. May I read that letter? Or
I think we all received it.
okay, do you need the original for the record?
No, we all have it on electronically.
Okay, fine.
Thank
All right,
you,
well,
though.
thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, I'm Dawn Manning. I'm the current president of Animal Friends of Lansdowne. We're your neighbors just up the road a little ways. And we've been around for about 10 years doing TNR since about 2008. And we've been working closely with our township and basically working to educate the community and to institute a townwide policy of TNR. And we have the support of our mayor, Jane Young, and also our chief of police, Chief Cortan, to make these things happen. And one of the things we do is we teach annually workshops, things like we had a big TNR workshop in the fall to teach people what it was and how to do it. And we had people coming from North Philly all over to Lansdowne just to learn these things. We did it for National Feral Cat Day, which is an event held in October and started by Alley Cat Allies, whom you've heard from. And this year we're hosting a foster workshop to teach people what to do when they find kittens or animals that can be socialized and then adopted and taken off the streets completely. So I completely support this TNR ordinance that they are proposing to you tonight. We are available to answer questions. We've been doing it a while. If you guys have further questions, please contact us or our mayor, Jane Young, and we can tell you how it really looks in practice. We just want to make ourselves available to you, and we thank you so much for considering this for the health of the community and for the health of the animals.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Melanie Shane, and I am a resident of Radnor at 401 Windsor Avenue for well over 30 years. I support what Bob Zienkowski has proposed this evening to table the amendment to Chapter 115, and I also support the resolution that he has proposed. I'm going to take the advice of President Schaefer and not cover some things I had planned to talk about that have already been very well and expertly covered this evening, except to say that TNR is the most humane way to manage the feral cat population, and I urge you to support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment.
Hi, I'm Eleanor Donahue from Devon. I'm an animal lover. I also do a weekly column for the local paper called Pets Looking for People, which attempts to find homes for the animals at Francisville in Radnor. I'd just like to point out a few potential problems with the ordinance, which have been covered, but maybe with a couple more specifics. The ordinance would consider anyone feeding stray or feral cats to be owners of these animals, which would make the owner responsible for licensing, collaring, vaccinating, and revaccinating every cat they feed. This may be well-intentioned, but it could certainly have negative consequences. The ordinance could punish people who feed cats even though they've responsibly trapped, neutered, returned, and vaccinated them, because under the ordinance, any caretaker who does not license, collar, continually revaccinate could be fined up to $1,000 a day. There was initially a provision for imprisonment in there. I think that's been removed. I'm not positive about that. The question is, what's behind the ordinance? If it's motivated by a fear of humans getting rabies from feral cats, I think we've established that that's not a credible fear. To be more specific even, total cases of human rabies in the entire United States over the past 10 years were less than 3 a year. None of those cases, not one, is attributed to cats. There has not been a confirmed case of cat-to-human transmission of rabies in more than 30 years. According to the Centers for Disease Control, the #1 source of rabies in the United States, more than 90%, is wildlife: raccoons, bats, skunks, foxes. If the purpose of the ordinance, on the other hand, is to contain the feral cat population in Radnor, it does not accomplish that. It could, in fact, punish people who carry out TNR, the very people who are helping to reduce the cat population. The fines, I hope not imprisonment, would apply if a responsible TNR caretaker is not able to recapture and revaccinate the cats, or if the cat or kitten is not collared with a rabies tag or microchip, even though a collar could very well lead to the animal strangling to death, or if any cat is not officially and individually licensed, which puts a burden on the caretakers of multiple cats. What happens, question, if the caretakers can't meet any of these requirements? Does the ordinance allow the township to round up and kill the cats and kittens in the TNR colony, even if they present no danger to the community? And even though killing has never proven to reduce the cat population because of the vacuum effect that Dr. Corbett has referred to, that is, new cats simply come in to the vacated territory. Trap, neuter, return is the most effective way to manage feral cats because it stops the breeding cycle. And because animals are fed in a contained area, TNR limits the cats and kittens rummaging through garbage cans and dumpsters looking for food anywhere they can find it. This ordinance would have a chilling effect on all of those efforts. The unintended consequence of the ordinance, very likely an increase in the Radnor Township cat population. Where do we go from here? It seems wise to table this ordinance because many of its provisions are counterproductive, impossible to implement, and actually could increase the feral cat population. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Donna Roner. I'm actually a resident of Abington Township, which I'm proud to say embraced TNR as part of our outdoor cat program 13 years ago. We have had a significant decrease in the cat population, significant decrease in calls to animal control, and a significant decrease in complaints to our commissioners, all at no cost to our township. And in support of the TNR program in Radnor, I have a letter to to Commissioner Schaefer and a letter to Superintendent Colarulo from our President of our Commissioners and our Animal Control Officer.
Thank you.
Good evening, folks. My name is Brian McGowan. To my right is my wife, Joy McGowan. We're not Radnor residents. We're Devon Easttown residents, but we're taxpayers of Radnor. We have a property that's been in our family for probably 12 or 13 years at 937 Glenbrook. I wanted to introduce you to a friend of ours tonight named Mickey. Mickey came to us on a very, very frigid cold night about 10 years ago. The snow was probably 2 to 3 feet high, and as I got to work, I noticed movement in the snow, and I said, oh my God, there must be a rat or something down there. Well, it wasn't a rat. It was this little cat who came to the door of our office, and she apparently had what appeared to be a broken leg or broken hip. So I didn't view myself as a feeder or a trapper or a colonizer. I just viewed myself as a financial guy. We're investment advisors. I didn't know what the heck to do. So I said, Joy, is there something in the refrigerator? We got to feed this cat. He's going to die. Well, that was my mistake. Mickey decided we were okay, and she adopted us. So she came to our house every day, our office, and we fed her, and she was very, very nice. One day, Joy screamed, oh my God, she brought some babies. So she brought 2 little kittens. I said, what am I going to do? Well, I had to feed the kittens. So we didn't trap her. We didn't know the rules at that time. And this was through the winter of 2003, and probably the spring of 2003, Joy said again, uh-oh, Mickey's got herself in trouble, okay? Despite Joy's trying to teach her about the dangers of promiscuity, she had met another young fella. And apparently she bore him 2 little kittens that she brought there. So now we knew we were in trouble. So we did call Radnor Township. We communicated with the then Radnor game warden who would advise us about the benefits of TNR. We trapped the cats. We had them neutered, we had them vaccinated, and we found homes, but all but 2. So the 2 that we couldn't find homes for because they were just too feral to be changed were Mickey the mother and little Mickey the son. So these 2 cats have been our friends for 10 years, and they are absolutely delightful. We're investment advisors. We have clients come from all over, and they greet the clients when they come in. They sit in the window. They're nice as can be. They're of full weight, excellent health, and they're 10 years old. So I'm here just to tell you how it works. The colony, there is no colony. There's just 2 cats living on our property. We have a little house that Joy bought that's beside the garage, and that's where they live. My thought tonight was to invite any of you to come down to 937 Glenbrook and see the results of TNR. Come down and say hello to Mickey and little Mickey, and I think you're going to like them. As far as ownership goes, I just want to add one quote. I don't know who the gentleman is, but I found it on the internet. A quote by a prestigious person, Sir Harry Swanson, who obviously really, really understood cats, when he said, you can't own a cat. The best you can do is to be partners. And that's kind of how it goes. And Mickey and little Mickey and Joy and Brian are all partners. She has laryngitis. She's going to give her best shot.
I just wanted to add that the Spade Club and Alley Cats, we didn't know what to do. Calling all over, Braxton's, everybody helped us introduce us to trap, neuter, and release, which was a foreign concept, and trying to get the cat to go in and finding out what to do. Everybody helped and helped us find a place for them to live in our backyard. They don't use that always. They only go there when it's cold or raining, and they sleep under bushes, but they don't harm anybody. They are feral, though. You can't touch them, but they will come and sleep on the steps and watch you and tell you when they want to eat.
So thank you for your time, and again, we repeat, anybody wants to come down and see how TNR works, come down and say hello to Mickey and little Mickey. If you bring a little can of food, you'll be especially grateful. Thank you, folks.
Okay, that seems like a good one to end on. Oh, we have one more.
Hello, my name's Patty Kinane, and I live in King of Prussia. I live in a little village called Hughes Park.
before I got involved with Spay and Save, my community sort of sounded like a Stephen King movie at night with all the growls and snarls and cat fights. But I got help, and we had them spayed, and we got them homes, most of them. And the irony of it is, my neighbor just so happens to have 3 spayed cats that he does let out. They stay in his area. But the irony of it is, there is no more noise because no others come around. And the other lovely thing is, they chase the squirrels, and now all our plants are saved, that squirrels don't steal everything and all my plants and food. So that was the other thing. And they're just a delight. There's no noise. They're calm, and no others come because these 3 cats are there. No others are around, so there's a calmness. It makes it better than it ever was. And they really helped me out because they just dropped. They're the ones that should be fined. The people that just drop the female cats off and say, oh, you'll find. They do. They find the house of purrs, my house. But I had 5 of them spaded, and I did keep them because I loved them. But now, one has died, but that's only 4 instead of 144. So they really do help. Thank you.
Okay, is there any further public comment? Oh.
Gentleman, lady, I hadn't planned on speaking today. I'm a former resident of Radnor Township, and I now live in Montgomery County. And I wanted to address something that Dr. Corbett brought up about there weren't any real specifics.
Can we get your name?
My name is Helen Oliva McMichael, and I wanted to address what Dr. Corbett said about titers for cats who had been vaccinated. My only comment is about a personal cat of mine that was allergic to vaccines. At 2 years old, we found he was allergic to one of his vaccines, and in accordance with the law, he has been titered every year now for 14 years, and his most recent titer has still come up positive for protection. So this is an answer to whether they, after being trapped one time and vaccinated one time, whether that would be enough. And I propose that it probably would be, even though my cat is indoors. Most of the outdoor cats, because they are feral, because they are not physically protected from the elements, probably would not live as long as an indoor cat. And I hope this is helpful. I'm involved in trap, neuter, and release in my own neighborhood for the last 13 months. And I've found that our spayed and neutered colony, which is very tiny because it's only my neighborhood, have actually chased the raccoons away. They've actually kept the raccoons at bay in our neighborhood. So there's another possibility. And this is only anecdotal. It just goes to my neighborhood. But I grew up on Conestoga Road, and I hope this is a help. Thank you.
Very much. Okay, is there any other public comment? We appreciate you all coming out tonight and giving us your own opinions and dose of education for us. As I said, we do not have, we did not post on the agenda a vote on this. However, if someone wants to
I move we table
make
the
a motion
resolution.
to table, I think that would
Second.
be okay. All right, is there any?
I just think it's a mistake to table it. This thing is, just make a decision one way or another. I mean, if you want to vote against it, but we've been at this for 4 years over a relatively simple issue, and to my opinion, it's not prudent to table it. There's nothing more that the Board of Health wants to do. They've stated their mind, they've made their case. My opinion is we vote on it up or down one way or another.
I would say I agree with Commissioner Curley. I do think that this deserves a vote up or down. I don't think we can do that vote tonight. And I don't think tabling it, I don't think sending it back to Board of Health is the answer here. I agree with Commissioner Curley. They have told us their opinion. I don't see that changing. And I think that this issue and their work on this issue, which they did an extraordinary amount of work, deserves an up or down vote, which I am happy to put on the agenda for the 26th and do without
a lot of what the audience had to say, I agreed with. Who can oppose your program, TNR? The ordinance that you seem to be concerned about, we've had on the books for many, many years. It was updated and amended, and there was a clause put in to require a person who feeds feral cats regularly, to then comply with the rest of the ordinance, which requires vaccination and, well, we don't license cats, so I guess it's just.
Yes, that's right. Not vaccination, correct, John? Or not licensing?
Not
There's no,
licensing,
there was
yeah.
no
So-
licensing
So it's
requirement
just,
added.
so it's just vaccination. So, I mean, you're going after existing law. I don't understand. It's kind of like two trains passing in the night. We'll get to you. The other thing is, Mr. Miller, I think you said that, I think Dr. Corbett said that there are no confirmed cases of rabies in cats in a decade. And yet.
In Delaware County, yes.
And yet, well, no, Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture, was that the citation?
Correct.
So you're not saying then the whole state is clean of rabid felines, just
No.
Delaware County? Okay.
We
Because I went through the map,
Yeah.
and there's lots of counties where there's rabid felines.
I'm not worried about Carbon County. I live in Delaware
Don't
County.
worry about Chester, it's right next door. Worry about Bucks, that's 2 counties up. So,
A decade free of rabid cats in Delaware County, I think that says a lot.
pardon?
A decade free of rabid cats in Delaware County where we live, I think that says a lot, especially in face of a Board of Health statement that there are 56 rabid cats to worry about.
Well, we don't have to argue geography, but Radnor is right on the edge of Chester and Montgomery, and of course Montgomery is right on the edge of Bucks. Anyway, I just wanted to make sure that I understood the.
In the interest of time, let's limit our conversation right now to whether to table or not, which is the motion on the floor.
Well,
And if the debating the merits of this ordinance, other than the tabling, can wait till our next meeting, rather than do it twice, once tonight and once at the next meeting. So let's limit discussion right now to whether to table or not.
Okay, well, I'm supporting tabling it because I think there's an important distinction here. The Board of Health deliberated this issue. We brought it to the Board of Commissioners several times now. The language in here doesn't treat the problem. We've already established, I think everyone in this room agrees that cats should be vaccinated. I think, is that pretty much everyone here, even the board? Everyone in this room agrees that cats should be vaccinated. And I think at this point, this board, and I certainly have come to appreciate all the volunteer effort of the TNR community. So we've realized now, if you'd asked me 2 years ago about your groups, I had no clue. But in the last 2 years, I've come to appreciate all the work you do. And my analogy is this. You're kind of like the fire department. We have a volunteer fire department. Would we not want to encourage the volunteer fire department? We don't have fires every day. We have a lot of false alarms, but we don't have fires every day. But when there's a fire, we want the fire department to voluntarily put it out. This is the same thing. We have a group of 75 people in this room that are in favor of something. Is there anyone in this room that is not in favor? Raise your hand right now. Is there anyone in this room that's not in favor of TNR? So my job as an elected official is to do what is in best interest of the public, and also I've really come to appreciate what the volunteers do in communities. If you left it up to me to do what you do in the fire department and anyone else who volunteers, it's not going to get done. I'm just going to be honest, it's not going to get done. So I really do hope and lean on volunteers in the community. And this group, whether you live here or not, have demonstrated time and time again that your mission is to help the animals and help the health of the community. Right now, we have feral cat communities in Radnor Township that are not treated. They are not getting vaccinated. They're not getting spayed and neutered. I want to do anything I can to encourage that. Chapter 115 changes do not do that. They fall short of that. And it's already been said that they actually counter that. They counter this volunteer spirit. And it's a shame because the rest of the ordinance I support. There's just the problematic piece is that if you feed a stray animal, it constitutes ownership. We don't do this for any other animal, but we're going to do it for cats. And yet we have 75 volunteers in this room right now that want to help us with the problem and not have us spend any money. Makes no sense. So, I'll support the ordinance for Chapter 115 if we can strike the language that causes someone to become owner when they feed a cat. I think if we want to have rules around people who have cats on their property and feed them on a regular basis, that starts to sound like ownership, but not a cat that is living in one of our parks. The other thing that Chapter 115 doesn't do, it doesn't address the problem. Why do we have feral cats in the first place? What are we doing to dissuade people from dumping their animals in our public? We're not doing enough. If we did enough, we wouldn't have this problem. So I find this issue to be pretty straightforward and clear. I want to do everything I can as an elected official to embrace all the work effort of this group and thousands of others in the community that do it. And I want to make sure I pass an ordinance that supports that mission and also treats the real issues. Chapter 115 amendment doesn't do that for me, as it's written. So I want to table this, and I certainly, clearly will support a TNR ordinance. And I've said it before, if we don't put a little bit of funding into TNR, then we're just wasting our time. Because you guys are the force multipliers. We put a few bucks in, and you do all the hard work, and you get it done. You care. Same thing with our fire department. We don't fully fund the fire department. They volunteer their time. We provide them the fire trucks, we provide them the firehouse, and we insure them. We do things like that, but you know what? They put all the fires out. So thank you for your service. You know where I stand on this. I appreciate all of you coming out tonight. It's been a really good education.
Can we call the vote?
I continue to be educated. Thank you.
Okay. Is there any other commissioner comment? Any staff comment or public comment? Okay. You have to come up to the mic.
Wasn't planning on speaking. My name is Dottie McCreary. I've been a board member of the Animal Friends of Lansdowne for quite some time. And what we did with our borough is that we instituted with our council and with the chief of police that anyone who feeds a colony on their porch, in their backyard, they have a certificate from the Borough of Lansdowne. It goes on their front door, their back door, their garage, and if anyone complains that there are animals being fed, primarily cats, that they have been cleared through the Animal Friends of Lansdowne and the Borough of Lansdowne, and that way, then they're done. And it's an established colony, and the people who run it are doing just the same things that everyone else has spoken to tonight.
Okay, thank you.
You're
Is there
welcome.
any other public comment on the motion to table? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and call the vote. All those in favor of tabling tonight, say aye.
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 And those opposed, say nay.
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 So it fails 3 to 4.
So it'll be on the next agenda.
This will be on the next agenda for an up or down vote. Okay?
I'd like to make a resolution to approve 2013-100, promoting voluntary participation for residents and nonprofit organizations to participate in trap, neuter, return programs as the most effective way to control the stray population of cats and dogs.
Second.
So I'll amend that we change the now therefore clause to strike the language that says, and this is just to the spirit of the exchange between Kevin and Mr. Miller. So we strike the part that says make township resources available to residents, and we insert provide assistance to volunteers by making staff available at the manager's discretion and by making other resources available as approved by the Board of Commissioners to residents and/or nonprofits. So that's to capture.
Bill, would you like to amend your motion to include that language?
No.
I think
well
you
then-
went further than I would like to go. My notes just simply say, "Will make township personnel resources available at the discretion of the township manager." I didn't go as far as saying other resources, so I'd like to make that.
Very well, I'll second, make that as a motion.
So I'll make that motion to say where it says, "Will make township," insert the word personnel between township and resources, and after available, and between the word to residents, it says, "at the discretion of the township manager."
And I'll second that.
The manager has to budget and have approved by the commissioners any expenditures that he wants to do, and I think we should just leave it open. I don't think we
Yeah.
have to put
Yeah,
a
I agree with
restriction on
Bill.
it.
That's just an inherent contradiction. If he has to budget it, you can't leave it open. So if you want to put an amount in, put an amount in, but to just leave it open is a mistake. So what we're trying to do is show the spirit of cooperation, that, as John said, everyone wants to assist the volunteers in doing what we see as a public service. And if, at this point, we don't have specifics, if you come back to us with specifics, we can act on them. So this is a sort of, it's more of a proclamation indicating that we support it and giving Bob the authorization to provide staff as he sees fit.
Okay, well, let's, do we have any commissioner comment on the amendment that was put forward by Kevin?
Well, was the amendment seconded?
It was by Don.
Can you read it back, Kevin or
Sure.
John?
So if it's right in where it says, "Now therefore," if you go to the third line, it says return procedures and will make township, and between township and resources, insert the word personnel so that it reads, "Will make township personnel resources available." And then between the available and to, it says, "at the discretion of the township manager." So that clause would read, "Will make township personnel resources available at the discretion of the township manager to township residents and/or nonprofit."
Well, in my opinion, it's a distinction that doesn't really make a difference because it's going to be at the discretion of the manager and the Board of Commissioners no matter what, because it involves, if it involves spending money. So I'm happy to support it because I don't think it really affects the meaning or the spirit of this resolution at all.
I
Any other
agree.
commissioner?
I won't support the amendments because the ordinance, the resolution as is written is fine.
I already wrote it in, Kevin, so I like
All right,
that.
is there any other commissioner comment or staff comment on the amended ordinance? Any public comment?
John Rice is shaking. What's up?
It's just a resolution.
The amended resolution,
yes.
excuse me. All right, I'm going to go ahead and call the vote. This is on the amended resolution with the added language that Kevin inserted.
No, we're voting on the amendment. There's already a resolution on the floor. We're just voting on the amendment.
The amendment to the resolution.
Right.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed?
It passes 6-2 with Commissioner Spingler and
5 to
Fisher.
2.
Sorry, 5-2, thank you, with Commissioner Spingler and.
jet lag?
A little jet lagged. Fisher opposing. Okay, do we need to vote on the, no,
Yes.
because.
Yes. Now we have to vote on
Now
the
you vote on
resolution
the
as
whole thing.
amended.
the
Okay,
amended
so
resolution.
let's vote on the entire thing. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 7-0. All right.
That's it under public safety.
Next, we move on to Personnel and Administration with Commissioner John Fisher.
Okay.
I'll move to, actually, I'll hold on until the room clears.
Shit, 99% are women. Explain that.
Okay, John, let's get going.
Alrighty. I'll move to introduce ordinance 2013-13. This is approving a lease agreement between the Township of Radnor and the Mainline School Night Association for the Kreuzberg Center.
Second?
All right, some commissioner comment on this?
Go Jim.
Well, today I drafted a change to Articles 7A and C, which would clarify the responsibility of the Mainline School Night Association to keep the premises in good order and repair and to maintain them properly. And I should point out that two commissioners met with the Mainline School Night Association the week before last, and our solicitor and township manager were present, so was our director of public works. We had a full exchange, and basically what we have with the building that the school occupies is that, as everybody knows, it's at Hartford Park. It's owned by the township, and it's occupied by Mainline School Night Association under an existing lease of $1 a year, and it's time now to renew that lease. In the meeting we had the week before last, we had a full exchange on financial responsibility, and it became clear that the association, Mainline School Night Association, is not flush with cash. They have quite a limited budget. They don't have an endowment. They have a limited bank account, and they are faced with a situation where they could not agree to the existing wording in the lease, whereby we were attempting to have the association bear all the responsibility for repairs, maintenance, improvements, refurbishments, and the like. And so I have come up with an approach that I hope will be considered by the association and by fellow commissioners. And I won't read the whole amendment that I prepared, but in essence it says that the association must keep the premises in good order and repair and maintain them throughout the life of the lease, which is 25 years, but they have a limit of liability of X dollars, and the X has to be discussed and filled in. And the balance of the responsibility, or the balance of the funds to keep the building going and safe and habitable, will be up to the township as the landlord.
Jim, could you just clarify that? Because I think you picked up something. They had no minimum. So are you proposing an annual minimum or a life of the lease minimum?
This would be an annual maximum.
So they could spend zero?
Well, no. The first part of the clause says they have the obligation of maintaining and keeping the leased premises in good order and repair.
How do you deal with 7A, which says they'll provide to us a schedule of maintenance and repairs, and that schedule could be nothing?
Well, if they do that, we're going to have to amend that schedule and tell them it's more than nothing. And this is your responsibility, and the first thing we have to do as a board, and with staff support, is come up with a number that we can put in the lease that puts them at a level that they must spend annually.
And that is, he must have misunderstood what you were asking.
That's a
Yes,
minimum.
that is a minimum.
Right.
Okay.
But I think you're putting a minimum and a cap, if I understand you correctly.
Well, I look at it as a cap, but there is a minimum because you're right. The first part of it says they have to maintain the premises. So, okay, there's a minimum.
They have to maintain the premises doesn't require a minimum per se.
Well, they can't do it through magic.
You want a dollar minimum spend, I think, whether it's $10,000, $50,000, or $1 million per year.
Well, possibly that should be the approach. I hadn't thought of it that way, but I thought the covenant that they had to keep it in good order and repair addressed that. But if it doesn't, I'm open to suggestions.
Well, it dresses up to whatever your minimum is.
Maximum.
Maximum.
Yeah.
But wasn't, part of the discussion was also, and this was from our meeting because of their concern over this open-endedness of the contract, was that, let's say they have a year, let's say the number is $20,000. Some year they're only spending 10, our expectation would they put 10 in not a sinking fund, but a fund that could be used later for bigger projects. And I'm seeing nodding heads from people mainline school night that were in the meeting. So that's the thought process. Now we have to find the words that make that whole.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, when I read this lease, I felt that the spirit of what we had discussed at our last meeting and what I assume was discussed at the meeting when I was out of town is that the mainline school night is, they are very receptive to taking on responsibility for the maintenance, not so much for the open-ended capital historic renovation. And I don't think that's reflected in this lease. This lease has very minimal, no obligation, and we need to change it so that there is an obligation reflected, and that obligation is controlled. I myself ran a nonprofit, and I know that if you don't have an amount that you have to spend on something that's not your program, you're not going to spend it because you'd rather spend every dollar you get on your programming that your mission is all about. So it's important that this lease reflects the obligation that you're taking on so that when you're budgeting this year and 5 years and in 10 years, that gets paid. And it gets paid before the programming gets paid because it's an obligation. So the way this was drafted now, and I'm very sorry I didn't get to look at it before I got back into town yesterday, but it needs to more concretely reflect the obligation that mainline school night is coming. If that's a specific number that we can agree on, that works. That's a minimum that they would spend. Now, I was under the impression that this week or next week we're going to get a list of the 2013, 2014 plans for maintenance, and that could be a starting point. If it has average, what we would anticipate spending per year, we could start with that as well. Maybe that is a good annual minimum to put in. But I imagine that we're going to have some discussion back and forth about what that number would be. If we choose to do a number, we could make it more vague, but in my opinion, the more vague it is, the more at risk the township is, because as a nonprofit, their goal is, number one, to spend on their programming and spend less on things they don't want, that aren't quite as fun to spend on. So.
Well, I'm definitely open to Kevin Higgins' idea. The language should be adjusted to make both a minimum and a maximum annually. And secondly, I think that we really need to nudge the association to do more in fundraising, because, and maybe find a way to create an endowment, because that we have a great building over there. We have pressure from the Radnor Historical Society to incorporate into this lease a provision that would require all renovations to be done according to the standards of the Pennsylvania Pennsylvania Historic Museum Commission. So it's kind of a nudge at this point publicly to the association to get moving on fundraising. And we'll help you with your expenditures when they look like they're going to exceed a certain amount annually. But you're going to have to spend a minimum annually as well. I don't know if we want to now.
I think we have to send this back to staff.
Yeah, it has to go back for
those
revisions.
2 items. So I would even add that I would be interested in seeing some kind of plan to raise that money, some kind of presentation on how you could raise those funds.
Maybe if I may, Madam President, I think the agreement, the way it currently sits, is good on behalf of the township. I think we forget a big part of this, that we have an organization we're trying to partner with to help take care of a building that we have neglected for a long time, that we have never repaired. Personally, I think we could be on this thing for another 3 years, just trying to figure it out. I think this is a start to be able to put conditions upon maximums upon the amount that they want to spend. I wouldn't put a maximum amount. You'd spend $30 million, that'd be great. Love to have that. But I mean, the reality of it is we've got to start someplace, and I think by recognizing the agreement that's been settled on right now, it acknowledges that we have failed for many years on the maintenance and repair of that building. We're now looking to saddle them with this. I think this is a good start for us. We can always revisit this once they get their fundraising going again, but I would ask the board to strongly consider what you currently have in front of you, approve that, and work through the process. Because again, we'll sit here for a long time, and to me, if they walk away from it, then we're going to have to look at the building coming down.
I appreciate that. I don't see that 2 more weeks is going to make or break this relationship. So it would be my preference to wait and get some more specific closure on a figure or a goal that both groups are comfortable with. This is a 25-year lease. So and our exit provisions are not as generous as the tenants. So I think it's something we should really feel comfortable with when we enter it. And absolutely 100%, this is a partnership and a partner who we truly appreciate that they're taking this on and truly partnering to protect this asset, which, as you say, we have done a terrible job doing ourselves. So again, I'm going to suggest that I would like to invite up some representatives from Mainline School Night if you have something you'd like to, if you want to weigh in on this and give your opinion, come on up. Mm-hmm.
Can I just, on this, because I've done several drafts of this ordinance, and where we left this when we met 2 weeks ago was the Mainline School Night was going to prepare a list of repairs that they would do on an annual basis, not a number, but a list of specific repairs that they would do, which I think that's all you can ask them to do. If they're going to do that, they're going to do it. I mean, we could put a number on it, but we got that list on Friday.
That's at least some kind of commitment. Right now, there's no commitment here.
Well, in 7A, it says tenant shall on an annual basis, only before July 1st of each year, provide a schedule of maintenance and repairs to the township and intends to perform in order to contribute to the maintenance and repair of the leased premises. So we all agreed. We changed that sentence 2 weeks ago so it read that way. And that's, I mean, we can strengthen that sentence, Kevin. I mean,
But
it's
if you put the attached schedule, I might feel more comfortable, John. I'm operating in a vacuum.
But we just made that change, and then they submitted that schedule last Friday. So that's the list. And, I mean, Bonnie can address that, but I thought that's where we were headed.
So do you read that language? Do you read that language as creating an obligation for them?
Yes, yes.
Okay, because I read that and I read it as a list of things, a wish list for every year.
I see it as an obligation to provide a list, not an obligation
right.
to
So
meet a
maybe
goal.
it's just a question of making it stronger.
Which they will perform, instead of.
Yeah, but they could put anything on their list or nothing.
It could be a
on their
blank list.
It
That's
Well,
the concern.
you could also put a number of $100,000 a year, and if they don't spend it, then what do we do? I mean, you could have the enforcement problem either way, unless you require them to put the money up at the beginning of each year and you hold the money. If you
So
want.
I don't think that we're at that point where we're worried about enforcing. What we're worried about is communicating the scope of this.
Well, you want a commitment that they are going to do work on that building.
Well, I want to know what the work is. I want to know what the scope is. I think that they would want to know that too, that would want.
That was the reason for that list.
Yeah, but the list isn't, we haven't seen the list. So we don't know if it's very extensive or not extensive at all.
May I speak?
We can bring it back in 2 weeks, but I'm.
Yeah, I think it goes back to, I think what John says, to add on to it, is the organization here, as I think they have a track record for a long time, that they've actually kept this building alive for that time. So if there's the issue of trust that, well, we don't believe they're going to commit or make these funds, they've kept this building alive for that period of time through their dollars. So, I mean, we could, again, like John said, we keep meeting and discussing this, and then each time we come to the meeting, we keep changing it. At what point do we end up ever coming to a decision? Because These were agreed previously, 2 weeks
Yeah, but
ago. We were
this is
only
a-
a week ago. So when is it that, and Jim, you were at the meeting too, so when do we're changing all the time?
It wasn't
Well-
agreed if it's an introduction tonight, was it?
Well, there's been a lot of work that has gone on to get to this point with your fellow
But
colleagues.
it's not like the board has agreed to this version tonight. I mean, I just think that what we're asking is very small and can be done easily in 2 weeks.
It's an introduction
Yeah.
and, you know, assuming you approve the introduction, it would then have to be advertised. And then you can make some changes at that hearing, as long as we're not going to rewrite. Tonight's an introduction, and then it would have to be advertised, and then for a hearing, and then at the hearing, you can make some adjustments then.
All right.
But if we're talking about rewriting
Let me.
whole paragraphs, then that's.
No, let me repeat my approach. The meeting the week before last, in my judgment, there was a recognition that the township had to pick up the ball on keeping this building in good condition. However, there's also a point of view that Elaine expressed, and Kevin as well, that we need to have some sort of a teeth in the document, that there will be I thought it was a maximum contribution. Now my eyes are opened up. We need a minimum and a maximum. We need to write it into the lease. There's nothing fancy about that. There's nothing burdensome. Again, as long as the township, and my words say this, that we'll pick up the surplus in any given year. But I agree with Kevin and Elaine. We need to have dollars put into the lease, and Don as well, put in to make it clear where we are.
Can we hear from Mainline School Night?
Yes, I'm Bonnie Schuman. I am a resident. I don't want this thing making that noise.
Just back up a little bit.
Okay. We have no problem establishing a minimum contribution. We will put the money aside every year, whether it's in the lease or not. The list that we gave does not, which was intended for all of you, is a list of what needs to be done in the next year. And every year, we would come up with that list. It is not a dollar sign list, it is a project list, but it can be priced out. We don't have any problem speaking to a contribution every year toward the building. What we had discussed in the meeting is it may take more than we can afford because of the state of the building to get it to good condition in any one year. That was why we asked to say, make it realistic that we don't know that we can get it in good shape in a year, given the condition it's in, because of the things that need to be done. We
Okay.
have no problem contributing every year and making that explicit.
Okay, great. That's very helpful, and thank you for clarifying that. Can we introduce, John Rice, can we introduce this tonight, knowing or adding, we don't have a number or specific list that we've all seen. Can we introduce this tonight as written, add in language that either gives a number or a specific range of, and then before it's advertised, and then
Yes.
vote on it 2 weeks later? Or do we have to reintroduce it after we add that language?
Well, I can advertise it as is, with some tweaks based on, as long as I understand where you're going with this, and with some of Jim's additions in here already. If you want to have either a minimum or maximum amount of money that they're going to budget that you're sure of, I can tweak this. Or if you want to leave it up to the list that they're going to do in the next year, I'm not sure. Seems to me you do one or the other.
I mean, in my opinion, we do a dollar figure. It's
dollar.
easier for their budgeting, it's easier for our budgeting.
Okay.
And it just doesn't, it's not muddy.
Then that can be, I think part of what Jim wrote up has a number that has to be filled in. I don't know what that would be. Bonnie would have to give me that
Right.
after tonight, but I could advertise it with that in there, or at least a point of starting the discussion of what that number should be.
So
Okay.
my preference would be, though, that we table that, we get that information, and then we have the opportunity to evaluate what that number should be. I'd prefer not to introduce it tonight with a number and a list that we haven't seen. I'd prefer to have the opportunity to look at the list, look at the number, and get feedback about what that number should be and what should be on that list.
Well, I mean, I guess my opinion would be let's move it along. If it turns out that we can't come to a meeting of the minds or that the number isn't satisfactory, then we just don't pass it in the next meeting. I mean, I don't see that tabling it for, as long as we can go ahead and make those changes and advertise it and still without, I don't see that adding 2 more weeks will help the situation. I have a feeling it's going to be a half an hour conversation. We'll come to a meeting of the minds, and we'll have a number that we'll slot in there and advertise it that way.
All right, one final, we all okay on that? So, one final point, and I was contacted by the president of the Radnor Historical Society today, who stressed to me the importance of having a clause in the document that would require refurbishments, repairs, renovations, and maintenance to comply with historic standards. And I just want to make sure the rest of the board understands that that's the view of the historians in the community. And
Are they contributing any money to this effort?
No. They are contributing it. I'm sorry. We met with the president and several other people of the Radnor Historical Society about a week and a half ago. And I asked that question. They do not have funds to help us. They do have expertise. And the view that we expressed was we really want their advice. We really want their input. I can't say that everything we do would measure up to historical preservation standards. It depends on the project.
Right. There's a cost, significantly.
Right. One of the discussion items was windows. You know.
Well, it's not only a cost item for you, it's a cost item for us, because we're going to be picking some of the stuff up.
Well, at that point, you weren't. I mean, this whole idea just landed today of having the township contribute.
If you're going to put in windows and you want to take the original windows, take them out and do them over, they're not going to be as efficient as if you put matching identical new windows, you know? I mean, it's...
Well, what we found out when we did the cottage is you can maintain the historical character of the building without doing a true historic restoration.
And we want their advice before we do those
right.
kinds of projects.
So that, I mean, that's, I think, reasonable. And while it's more expensive, it's not outrageously expensive.
I don't know. I haven't gotten any of the advice yet, but we certainly are open to the advice.
I don't think it belongs in the lease.
No.
I think Radnor owns the building. They need to decide whether they want to put it on the historic register or not.
All right, so have we had a motion for the introduction of this? Has anybody moved it?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second.
And the consensus seems to be not to delay it?
Right.
Right.
Madam-
But, and let me just clarify that we're introducing this motion, this agreement, and there will be some changes pursuant to this conversation today before it's advertised. So when it comes back to us for final adoption, it will have 1 or 2 new clauses in it.
Well, it may have, I mean, if, let me ask Commissioner Higgins, who prepared some draft provisions. And it looks like you deleted, Jim, I'm just noticing 7B in what you gave me. 7B in the original draft, the August 5th draft. 7B is no longer in what you.
That's right. That's correct.
So that's out.
7B, if we are going to recognize that we are financially obligated to keep this building going above a certain level, then in my view, it didn't make any sense to have the words in 7B, which went in the opposite direction, which said it's all on the Mainline School Night Association, including an indemnification. So that's why I took it out.
Can I just, I would, let me redo this so you have all the changes in front of you and you all get a chance to see. I know Commissioner Higgins circulated this, the revisions, and you may or may not have seen them all. but there's more than just what I thought we were heading with just putting a number in here, which is fine, but there's more to it than that. And I don't want to bring it back and have Commissioner Higgins bring up the rest of this up again without making all those changes. So,
And also, we haven't seen, I know, Jim, you did send it to me, but I didn't have the opportunity to review it in the short time, so.
and you should see the schedule of repairs that were proposed, so you understand what they were committing to, what the school was committing to for the next year. So just, I don't want to piecemeal this into another meeting just to make the next meeting. So let me do this, we'll work with Bonnie, and we'll come up with something to bring back to you for introduction again in 2 weeks. Yes.
Reintroduce in 2 weeks.
Yes.
Do we need to do anything about the motion and second now?
No,
Let's just
wait.
perfect it and introduce it when it's ready.
Withdraw my
And it'll be
motion.
two more weeks
Withdraw
till
my
I.
second. All right, it's gone.
Madam
Okay.
President, would it be all right if we brought it back in a regular board meeting in the first meeting in September? Because the second meeting here this month is a special meeting.
Yeah.
So if we could bring it back the first meeting, this way this gives us plenty of time to make sure that the board has input.
Is that a problem for you, Bonnie?
Or we can circulate that.
So we're
To
talking
the
about
first meeting in
September,
September.
which
September 9th.
is the 12th?
9th.
The 9th would be to introduce it,
To introduce it and then,
It would be 2 weeks later.
2 weeks later to
How's that?
approve it.
okay. Our 75th anniversary gala at Kreuzberg Center is on the 21st,
Of,
September.
September,
We
okay.
very much would like to have this all resolved before then.
okay.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you.
All right, thank you. All right. The next, I guess that concludes Personnel and Administration, and we are moving to Finance and Audit with Commissioner Kevin Higgins.
All right, the first item on the agenda is a motion authorizing the expenditure of $8,200 to Pentimation for the system changes necessary to add the billing features for the stormwater program that is later in the agenda. So it seems to me we ought to defer or table this until after we have that discussion.
I would not oppose that.
Make a motion to table till later in the meeting
Just
then.
don't make the motion yet. Let's move to the
Let's
next
just
item.
move, to-
Yeah,
we'll
okay.
we'll move it. till
Next
later.
item on the agenda is Resolution 2013-95 for a transfer of excess of 2012's general fund balance to various funds as indicated in the package here. It's a total of, am I having it right, Bill? $5,037,448?
Yeah, that's the two-year total.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just what's part of the 13, what's the part of the resolution for just tonight is the 1,933,733.
Okay, and of which 967,000 or so is going to compensated absences, and another 580,000 or so is going to capital improvements, approximately 100,000 to police pension fund, approximately 100,000 to the civilian pension fund, and almost $200,000 to the other post-employment benefits fund. So I make a motion to approve that transfer.
Second.
I would just like to clarify, this is for 2012. This motion involves the excess funds from 2012 only, and it kind of concludes the prior policy that we set, which was for 2011, 2012. I believe at our next meeting, August 26th, we will be discussing and hopefully voting upon or setting a new policy for excess funding going forward. So this kind of takes care of and assigns, according to our policy, up till 2012, and that this policy and these shares that we've divvied up aren't necessarily what we'll be using going forward. So, and you can tune in to our next meeting, which we will be talking about the formula we'll be using for excess funds from 213 forward. And we'll also be talking about how we'd like to spend other surpluses, specifically the $8 million surplus that we received. Okay, anybody else have any comments on this? All right, any staff comment? Public comment? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 7-0.
All right, next item on the agenda is Resolution 2013-96, renewing the township's property general auto, police professional, public officials, employee practice, and umbrella liability insurance for the year August 1st, 2013 through July 31st, 2014 with travelers in the amount of $350,893. Did I get it all right, Bill?
That was correct, yes, sir.
Okay. Make a motion to approve.
Second?
Any commissioner comment? Any staff comment? Any public comment? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 7-0.
That's it for finance and audit.
Next, we'll have Public Works and Engineering with Commissioner Jim Higgins.
The first matter is resolution number 2013-97. No. Oh, we skipped over the, okay. 2013-97, which is to authorize the awarding of a contract to the architectural firm of Kimmel Bagret Architects for a feasibility study for the Radnor Memorial Library in an amount of $21,100. So I move the resolution.
Second?
I have a clarifying question. What does perform a top-down study mean?
Well, we have the director of the library here with us. We
As
have-
opposed to bottom up.
We have board members here as well. They can all come up in a group.
Good evening. We'll try to be quick. It's actually a roof-down study. It may say top in this piece of paper that Steve put together, but it's a roof-down. It's going to start from actually removing ceiling tiles to see what actually level of insulation there is, to make sure what the structure of that roof is, to look at what the kind of wiring is there. This is a 1980 building. The idea is if we're going to try to put any kind of addition on that building, or if we're going to reorganize the interior space, we need to know how that building was constructed. We have the plans. Are they real? Is the old architectural drawings, since some of this stuff hasn't really been touched since 1980. So we need to know what we have clearly before we can go forward with any kind of change to that building. And that's part of what this is.
Okay, do we have any other commissioner comment or questions for? Do you have any other comment or input that you'd like to give?
The only other thing I'd like to say is that this is contingent upon us coming to a final contract with the architectural firm.
Okay.
We are still working on it. I have 3 lawyers on my board. So, and the contract is between the library and the firm, with the township as an interested party and assisting in the funding.
Okay.
But we are also contributing funding towards this. A big chunk of this is a real look at the HVAC system, which again is also, yes, John, once again, a 1980s vintage heat pump system with enormous ductwork, which is very inefficient. The last study that was done kind of said, well, we're looking for real answers as to what should be done and costing, so that we can go out more effectively and look for funding. And also, if we put an addition on the building, if we reorganize space and take down walls, what would that do to the HVAC? Having been in a building where they added walls and took walls down and didn't do that, you end up with hot spots, cold spots, and it's not efficient. So kind of getting a holistic, I hate that word, but holistic view of what's possible in that building as it stands, what's possible in that lot with no loss of parking, and what the HVAC implications of any of those possible solutions are, so that when we go at it, we're doing it so we don't have to go back and fix something if we change something else.
What are your plans, once you get over this phase? What is your thinking about having an addition? What will it be used for?
Again, the building was built in 1980. Libraries were very different in 1980. They were a warehouse and basically of books and long play records. We now house 18 public computers. We have a children's early learning center. We have books on tape and books on disc and videotapes and all kinds of new kinds of materials. Plus, we have still physical books. We also are serving as more and more as a community meeting space, a gathering, informal community gathering space where people come together, share ideas, learn, and come up with solutions within their community. We don't have people space anymore. What we've done is, as most libraries did, is we took away tables and we took away chairs and we took away space like that to put more stuff in the building. One of our bottom lines is we're not adding any more stuff if we add an addition. We're adding space for people to come together and use the library as a community space. Not formal meeting rooms, because that's not what people look for now. They want a table where they and two of their friends can get together and talk, where they can meet with other young mothers and learn about childcare from each other. That's what people are using libraries for, as well as still checking out 300,000 items a year. So that's what we're looking for. And we also understand, given the township's constraints, that we are landlocked in that lot. But we want to be there. We want to be in Wayne. It was interesting, this hit the agenda. I had an email this morning from a Wayne community organization. This doesn't mean you're leaving Wayne, is it?
Yeah, I knew
We
who that
like
was. I
being
knew who
able
that
to
was.
walk to the library. So it's a very interesting, dynamic. We're kind of landlocked in there, but what can we do to make it better? What might we be able to add to it that would not add to stormwater problems and that? We have some patios. Maybe they could be utilized better and covered. They're already covered. I mean, they're already impermeable, but maybe we could make them more library space now. And we also understand that the bulk of the funding is, we're going to have to raise it. If that was your next question.
Actual work, yeah.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for coming out tonight. All right, I believe it's been moved by Jim Higgins. Has it been seconded? Looking for a second?
Second.
Who was that? Don? Okay, and is there any other commissioner comment? Any staff comment?
Yes, Madam President, if I may, what I would ask is the consideration is that we have a $17 million building that we sit in right now. I know it's not in the middle of Wayne, but it's a $17 million building that we only use 33% of. One of the things, maybe we'll talk to the architect if they would look at this building, because we could use a lot smaller space for us, and I think this could lend itself, and I think it should be one of the options to be considered. My thoughts.
Well, just to clarify, who is the township getting, directing this study, or is the library board?
The way we worked, the Commissioner, Madam President, was for the purpose of this exercise, for this contract, the library will be the owner.
Okay.
The township will have input, and obviously, we're paying for half the feasibility study, the full amount of the HVAC study, and also asbestos and lead, a look at that.
Okay.
So we own the building, and from this point, for this contract, the library is the owner. My suggestion is if this ever goes to fruition and a construction project happens, that at that point, since it's the township's building, the township would be the owner, the township
For
would
the
bid it.
construction phase. But
Correct.
for purposes of directing the architect, that would be the board of the library making the decision of what type of work they're looking for.
Well, actually, the
and where.
architect asked us, who is my client?
Right, and you said the board.
And
Okay.
it will be the board.
Okay. All right, is there any other staff comment? Any public comment? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 7-0.
The next item is Resolution 2013-99, which is a application by Crow Investment Properties Limited Partnership for the taking down of a house and development of property to build 2 new houses, and this is located in the 2nd Ward at the exact address of 299 Hares Lane, and I think there's some issues here about adjoining property and easements and all of the other things. And the developer and his counsel are here, so come forward, please.
Good evening. I'm George Brosman. I represent the applicant. Tom Bentley is here with me, as well as our engineer. I saw the draft resolution that was in the package that you received, and Mr. Bentley had a meeting earlier today with Mr. Norsini, and there was some revised language that was submitted to you. I believe it was submitted to you.
We've received it.
So I just want to talk about that briefly. I think we've worked out almost all of the issues with the neighbors, and we have a code-compliant plan here. What I wanted to, and I had given this to John Rice, if you have do you have the one page there with the red markings on it?
Mm-hmm.
I had talked to John about this earlier in the week, but with regard to the top of that page, item D, these were part of paragraph 4, which deals with the electrical easement over the Horgan property. I know Mr. Horgan is here. I see him in the back. Item D deals with the use of transformers or above-ground poles. There's an easement already over the Horgan property that this property enjoys. It's not Mr. Bentley's intention to use transformers or above-ground poles, but he does have that right under the existing easement. PICO will not talk to Mr. Bentley until we get through this process, so we don't know exactly what PICO will require. So we don't think we should be asked to give up an easement right to get our by right subdivision approved, but we're willing to continue to work with Mr. Horgan. So I would suggest that D be modified to say, applicant shall use good faith efforts to avoid the use of transformers or above-ground poles in the area of the easement upon the Horgan property. That would give us the flexibility to use them if we have to, basically, although it's not the
Why
intention.
wouldn't you change it to leave it the way it is and say unless required by PICO?
That would be my suggestion. I mean, if PICO requires
That
the
should work.
transformers or above-ground poles, then
That'll
you know,
work.
I don't think there's much that they can do, but, I mean, most new utilities are put underground.
And we think that'll be the
And-
case. I think that would work. If we said, leave it the way it is unless required by PICO, that will work for us. And then with regard to E, it had said all trees should be replaced in kind in the same area. And when Mr. Bentley and Mr. Horgan talked, the concept would be that the tree replacement, if any were needed, would be in accordance with the formula in the shade tree ordinance that you have. So the concern being that if there's a really big tree, we wouldn't have to put in back a really big tree. It is our easement area. I don't know that trees should have been in there in the first place, but Mr. Bentley has agreed. If a tree needs to come down, we'll try to avoid that, but we would do replacement in accordance with the formula in the township ordinance. So I would ask that that be revised to say all trees to be removed for applicant's use of the easement area shall be replaced in accordance with the shade tree ordinance replacement formula.
But you're leaving out the in the same area. Was that intentional or just an oversight?
You could leave in the same area. I was trying to get rid of in kind, basically.
That's what I suspected you were trying to do.
Right.
Because it's one thing to put it in the same area versus putting it on the other side.
Right.
Okay.
If that is deleted entirely, won't what you just indicated have to happen? Meaning that if this is silent on trees, won't the applicant be required to replace them as per the shade tree ordinance?
I think so.
Well,
oh,
not
no,
if it's not
not on
six.
this property.
Right, and it's not in the same area.
If it's only 5 trees now, there's no
Okay,
tree
very good.
replacement.
And I don't know if it would apply to an easement we have on another
Right,
property, for
right.
sure.
Can I, Tom, I see you back there. Any concern with that change? No.
Well, that Tom has to come to the mic if you want to speak. You can't speak from the audience.
Because my understanding was this was largely agreed to. Which-
When we spoke, we never said in kind, but
Okay.
I'll let Mr. Horgan respond.
And your question is regarding the easement with the
Well, I'm saying,
trees?
Thomas, you had requested these things be added, and the wording here he's proposing, which I think is probably fairly reasonable, because I think his point is a valid one. It says, right now, it says, all trees to be removed for applicant's use of the easement area shall be replaced in kind in the same area. And what he's,
Yes, that's what I'm asking them to do.
but what if the tree's 50 feet tall?
Well, then they do a formula, and it
Well,
would
that's what
be-
he's asking to change.
No, I would like to keep that.
So if the tree is, see, I think you have to, if the tree is 50 feet tall, in kind, you're asking him to put in a 50-foot tree?
No, they do a ratio, they would give you a couple of small trees.
Right, that's what that's the change he's asking.
That is absolutely fair.
Yeah, he's
No,
asking for
misunderstanding.
where it says in kind, for that to read essentially consistent with the township requirements under the shade tree ordinance.
Correct.
Which means a 50-foot tree, if I remember right, requires
Well,
3
I
trees.
asked to follow the shade trees requirements.
Okay, so
I don't
that-
think you're getting any less trees, right, with this change,
Well,
correct?
you get more trees, they
Yeah.
just won't be as big.
Right. Yes, that's understood.
So you're okay if that changes?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So that's all we had with 4. With regard to number 5, we were asked by the other neighbors not to take the construction access through what I'll call relocated Hares Lane and down the old Hares Lane, which serves for the access for this property. Mr. Bentley was willing to consider that as long as the neighbor who had requested that had indicated that he would reimburse Mr. Bentley for the constructing the temporary access from the end of Harford Park up to the property. That is not in here, and we're okay with that. That's going to be a private matter between Mr. Bentley and that property owner, but I just wanted to mention it here for the record. And our other concern was just that we come to reasonable terms with the township. And we think with a couple changes that I'll suggest, we're okay with this revised language. First, in the beginning of paragraph 5, I think this is intended, but I would like to add the word construction in the first line. So the applicant shall take construction access to the property. I think that's what everybody intended, but it doesn't say that. So this is clear that this is just for construction access. We're not giving up our right for usual access to come via relocated Hares Lane and Old Hares Lane. And then finally,
Can
down
I
in
just ask, I think I'm okay with that, but are you,
Yeah, that's fine. We also discussed, because contractors are going to be coming in and out. We're talking about 2 homes, so it's not going to be a lengthy. We also.
there is a school up right, that abuts that road with small children, so that's why I'm a little bit concerned about people who are unfamiliar with the area, shooting down that road, not that they could go very fast.
Well, they've agreed, and I'm going to put this in the development agreement, that access Old Hares Lane is going to be signed and controlled by anybody that might inadvertently try to come down there with a truck. So we're going to deal with that.
But the guys who are showing up to work in the morning,
They're going to have to come through the park.
okay, not even, so if you're showing up because you're on site as that's part of your job,
Correct.
you drive your personal vehicle through Harford Park.
That's all considered construction access.
Okay.
And some of those details, we talked, and I think George and Mr. Bentley will recall this, that we were going to deal with signing the private lane entrance off of the relocated Hares Lane into the old Hares Lane, maybe even put controlled access there, or some kind of a gate or something like that, while they're under construction, until the homes are built, because that will be ultimately the primary access
Right, I
for the 2
understand,
homes.
I understand he doesn't want this to close him off.
Right.
After the homes are built, that the new owners have to access their property through Harford Park. The intent is for them to access their property through Hares Lane, but I wasn't clear on the use of the word construction.
Yeah, that's anybody that's back there working on either of these houses, whether it's a pickup truck, a car, they're all going to have to come through the park.
Okay, so it's basically, to a layman who's not versed in the terminology, nobody uses that lane for that property until the residents the new residences are finished.
Maybe the realtor would come through that lane, but that
Fair
would be
enough.
it.
Okay, somebody showing the property to sell.
Yeah, the salespeople, we want to come down what will be the
No, fair, I
the
get that.
driveway.
That's reasonably fair.
And I don't want to put all that in a resolution. That'll be in the development agreement in terms of that issue, because we discussed that. But the realtor, that's it, Kevin.
And then my last request is in the very bottom of 5C, in the red language. This is about the $10,000 not to exceed number. It says, unless considerable damage is done. The point of the $10,000 is to give us some certainty on the amount. So I would propose replacing the word considerable with extensive, unforeseen damage. And we think that gives us a greater comfort level that our $10,000 cap will mean something, but there'll also be a safety valve for the township if there's something unforeseen that we create that's extensive, that they could look beyond that. And
Well,
that-
you're saying then if you didn't foresee the damage your client created, then we're stuck with the $10,000 cap on the bond.
Well, what I'm saying is, we're agreeing to use this as construction access, and we're agreeing to do all these things in 5C, and the point is there's supposed to be a cap to it. We didn't want to write a blank check. So then the question is, how do you deal with an extraordinary circumstance
Yeah.
that, so I said, unforeseen and extensive, that it wouldn't be something that would just be the normal wear and tear of construction. That should be covered in the cap, but if it was something unforeseen and
So
it
you
was
would be
extensive.
responsible if they dumped something, a truck dumped fuel or something on the property?
Right.
That's unforeseen?
Unforeseen.
That would be your responsibility?
Right.
Yeah.
Or if the entire parking lot just, we ruined the entire thing, that was
Yeah.
unforeseen, that wasn't in the normal course of the construction access, and it was extensive, that there would be a safety valve there for the township.
What was your example? I was talking to Mr. Fisher. What kind of damage?
A fuel spill or...
Bill gave the example
or-
of a fuel spill or something like that.
Yeah, they're going to pay for the unforeseen, not us. They're capped at 10 unless there's something unforeseen that nobody saw that they did that was way more than $10,000.
But he's saying he won't pay if it's
No,
unforeseen.
he said he will. He said he will. You're missing it. He says that his
If
cap
it's
is
unforeseen-
10,000 unless it's unforeseen. If somebody has an oil spill, they're responsible for it. If their truck somehow explodes and wrecks the whole parking lot, they're responsible for it.
Okay,
That's
so,
unforeseen.
so if it's foreseen, then you're limited to 10,000.
Right.
What good, how does that serve our interests?
Well, it's all spelled out in C, all of the things that we're supposed to be doing, and then there's a cap put to it. There's a lot of things there. So the township wanted this, safety valve or escape from the cap that we wanted. So I think considerable damage is just too wide open.
Yeah.
So I think unforeseen, extensive is a fair way to handle it. I think it protects both of us.
Steve, you okay with that?
Commissioner Nagle, really, Mr. Bentley's attorney explained it well. I'm fine with the $10,000 for the alligatoring that's already there that I feel will get worse. My biggest concern was, let's say that's fixed and a large area of the parking lot unravels due to heavy construction traffic. Representing the township, I have to have a means to go back to the applicant to say, I know you spent your $10,000, but this damage is due to your construction traffic. So if it's okay with the solicitor, our solicitor, and that covers us in that respect, that's my concern, is just to make sure I don't have a problem with the cap, because we foresee a certain amount of damage. But if we have a bad winter with a freeze-thaw cycle, there could be considerable damage, which is why I put that in there, the term considerable. And I just want to make sure that I don't have to come to this board for funds to do that repair when that should come from the applicant.
There's going to be and again, every development that gets approved by this board has a development agreement. And every development agreement says that if there's public roads, township roads that are damaged, we're going to document the before and after of what goes on out there. They're going to be responsible. No matter what's in this resolution, we're going to be looking back at them. And if there's a dispute, there's going to be a mediation resolution to it. You know, they may say some other concrete truck did that. If some other concrete truck did that, then we would have to go after them just like we would if there was no construction. But there's going to be an obligation in the resolution and something else in the development agreement to deal with. They destroyed Bidoff Road, and we know that we're going to look at them to fix Bidoff Road or any other township road that they're traveling over with their construction traffic. That's going to be in the development agreement that Mr. Bentley's going to have to sign.
Could I add, what, actually, we spoke in the hallway. Oftentimes what we do with our utilities is we have a video inspection done. And since I think that the developer, the applicant is very concerned, as am I would request the applicant have, from the entrance all the way up top, have the parking lot and access drive videotaped, just like we do with utilities. And then if there's any discussion later on as to what was the original condition, I think it protects the applicant from paying for something that was already in place. And I think it also protects the township for having something done that maybe have been caused.
Yeah, we want to do that. We agree with that.
Thank you.
John, are you okay with his changed wording, unforeseen extensive?
Those were my comments. We
Okay.
would ask that it be approved subject to those changes.
Do we have anybody else here in the audience that wants to speak to this plan?
I have a question first. Not for you, George. John, at the last meeting, I asked about the connection between Harford Park and, down Hares Lane to the environmental park by the school. Reviewing some of the other documents that have been associated with this area, the recent settlements we had on those extant, never properly executed easements.
Right.
In there, it talks about an easement for that walking path. So.
Well, there was an effort by the school district and the township when that school was built to have everyone that backed up to Old Hares Lane sign off on their rights. So the township would have the right to put that walking trail through there. That was never done. So, it's been in limbo since. Two people signed that. The predecessor owner here, the Rollins family, did not, nor did, I think, the 2 or 3 lots. So that was never consummated. Township never followed up on it. School district never followed up on it. I think there's some other old easements. Steve and I have looked at, an easement on Radnor, on the Radnor Office Center, I guess, that may go through there. But that specific right to use that, John, as a public walking trail, that was never resolved.
Okay.
And that's why we ended up settling, the insurance carrier, township, school district settled with the Rollins family. And there was some stormwater improvements done because the neighbors down below were getting washed out. But that is not a public right-of-way at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, do we have any other members of the audience who would like to speak to this plan?
Sarah Pilling from Garrett Hill. I actually wrote Bob Zienkowski about this and copied John Fisher. I'm concerned about the dogs, the families, and the dogs that come to use the dog park. Is there going to be some kind of barrier that will keep the dogs and the people in the dog park part of it?
You mean during construction?
During construction, because those dogs are very used to going back and forth, and little kids are very used to going back and forth. And I thought it was in the agreement. I read it today, but I didn't have a chance to go out and visually walk.
I think it is there. I recall seeing it too, but
5B,
Yeah.
Madam President. If it's determined that we do need that, we ask to partner with the applicant in installing a 3-rail post and rail fence with 2x3 mesh with openings at certain spots to allow people to go in. We thought we would see how the traffic went before we put that barrier up.
And actually, as the part-time user of the dog park in Lower Marion Township, I think fencing in general is an excellent idea. I used to take a little dog, who I fortunately don't own anymore, to Hartford Park. The damn dog ran away every time, and I'm chasing one way or the other. And I do believe there should be a limit, some sort of a limiting fence in that area to protect the dogs and to protect the people and to protect the little kids who, if they're running after the dog, previous to this, there was no fence, were running right across the driveway, and it's a bad situation waiting to happen. So thank you for giving me that answer.
thanks. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak to this?
Hi, Adam Sobel, 245 Biddulph Road. I had some issues with the houses going up behind my house. I abut the lot 2. Most of my issues were with water drainage, with trees and privacy, and fence, et cetera. And I just wanted to say that we had met a bunch of times with Mr. Bentley, and he has been very gracious and, extended himself very nicely. And we've come up with some amicable resolutions. And, I'm very happy with the way things have turned out. So I wanted to say that I hope that, that this does go through. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, Maya Van Rossum, live on South Roberts Road in the Bryn Mawr section of Radnor Township. I hadn't come here intending to speak about this, but I was just struck by the discussion over the language of considerable damage versus unforeseen. And I think that the language unforeseen is not protective enough to the township. The fact that you talked about all the issues tonight with regards to the parking lot and a spill and other, they're foreseen. And it's now on the record of the township. I think that there are a lot of harms that are foreseeable. So I know foreseen and foreseeable is different language, but I think if harm is foreseeable, you may be at risk using the language foreseen or unforeseen. So I'm not speaking to the project in general, but I don't think that the language that was proposed here tonight regarding the $10,000 limitation and the out is the appropriate language. And I think a little bit more time and consideration needs to be put into that in order to protect the township.
Thank you. Honestly, if we don't agree on damage at that point, it's not going to matter whether it says considerable or unforeseen. We're going to end up in mediation trying to figure it out. So I agree that, but I don't think there's any piece of language you're going to put in there that's going to spell out who's responsible for what. If at the end of this project we don't agree who caused the damage, we're going to be in mediation about it if we can't settle it. So, anyone else?
Yes, thanks. I'm Dave Palmer from 220 Hares Lane. I'm the party that Mr. Brosman referred to earlier as being a neighbor who would be helping out Bentley and in putting in the access road through the park and so forth. I just want to say thanks to all of you on the commission who've helped bring a very, at times, difficult process to an end, particularly to Commissioner Higgins, who's been invaluable in this. And I like to think that we've codified the language that's necessary to protect everybody, but also to protect for the unforeseen issues about access and so forth, and just to make sure that, as Commissioner Higgins was asking, that or was dealing with, that that the construction access includes more than just the dump trucks and so forth. But I think we've gotten that hammered out, and thanks also to the folks at Bentley for moving on some things and making it all happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is there anybody else who wants to speak to this?
John, do you have all the wordage and everything for the motion? All right, well, then I'd like to move the approval.
Just read it back to us, John?
You can.
You have a two-page resolution. Page 1 is not being changed. Page 2D is being changed to read, no transformers or above-ground poles are permitted in the area of the easement upon the Horgan property unless required by PICO. E, this is 4E, all trees to be removed for applicants' use of the easement area shall be replaced in accordance with the shade tree ordinance replacement formula in the same area. That stays in. 5, the opening paragraph is revised to add, the applicant shall take construction access to the property. A, the red line A, which you have. B, the red line B, there's no changes to. And then C will say the redlined area was modified. The applicant shall post $10,000 and not to exceed amount unless extensive unforeseen damage is done by the applicant for the paving, repair, / resurfacing. There are the changes to what Steve and Mr. Bentley negotiated this afternoon. There are the additional changes that Mr. Brosman has suggested tonight. So that'll be the form of the final resolution. And some of these other issues, as I said, will be fleshed out in the development agreement. There's a whole series of other construction obligations that'll be covered in that agreement, which is part of this. I think there's a provision in here that development agreements have to be executed and approved by the township solicitor. So, you know, the form of that I'll have control over in terms of what happens out there. And we're going to handle some of these other issues like we normally do in that agreement.
Okay,
I'll
so,
make a motion to approve this with the changes as indicated.
Second.
all right, any other commissioner comment?
I have a question. George, can you help me out with something? How will your client handle the tree situation on the site? Delicately, or? And I ask that because, I guess it's a year or so ago, his development at County Line Road near Lancaster Avenue, there was a large number of trees there, and I walked the site with 2 of the other commissioners, and we marveled at the beauty of the property. And then the next thing I noticed driving by some time later was that many of those trees were just gone, taken down. And it surprised me that such a beautiful site was, the trees were basically leveled. And how are we going to handle things that?
Tom Bentley, Bentley Homes, been building in your township for 40 years. The approval, that was a high-density development. We went through shade tree. Most of the trees were on there were maple trees. The majority were like maple trees, which are an invasive species. And we are putting 171 new trees on the property per the Shade Tree Commission. So we took out a bunch of invasive trees. We're replacing them with, trees that the Shade Tree Commission recommended, and they are 171 trees on 4 acres. It's going to be I think they call it an urban forest. I mean, that's the term that they use.
What are the size comparisons to what you took down?
Well, when you take down a large tree, you replace it with 6 smaller trees. When you take down a 20-inch tree, Steve, correct me if I'm wrong, you replace it with 3 smaller trees. Right. And if it's a 6-inch tree, it's a 1-for-1. But we got rid of a bunch of really diseased, crappy old trees, and we're planting, the species of the Shade Tree Commission. Your Shade Tree Commission is very thorough. It's going to look beautiful when we're done. We've just planted the pine trees along the road for now, but we're going to plant 171 trees there.
If I may, Madam President, the twin line of trees that you see at the top of the park, they will be coming down as part of that development, but it was also deemed that they were severely diseased, and that was vetted fully at Shade Tree Commission.
He's talking about Hare Lane now.
Okay.
All right? We really try and do a lot of landscaping. I mean, we will add more trees than 171 probably when we're done.
Okay, is there any other commissioner comment? Any other staff comment? Any other public comment?
Hi, I'm Diane Meyer from 201 Wyndham Lane, and unlike what Mr. Rice said, we actually have huge stormwater problems that nothing's been done in the 12 years that I've lived in the neighborhood. And before everything's approved, I'd just like to hear what the stormwater plans are for the property. Is there things on the
Okay.
list, because I didn't have the opportunity to read it, resolving the stormwater problems?
Per the original agreement between the township and Mrs. Rollins, the water that comes down Hares Lane is going to be taken in a pipe over to Hereford Park, and there's going to be a level spreader, and the water is going to go down the hill. So we're basically capturing the water that comes down, which was going into we found actually an old terracotta pipe at the end of Hares Lane that exits directly onto the back of her property. I couldn't believe when I saw the video, the pictures that she showed of the water coming down. But all the water from Hares Lane went to an old terracotta pipe that somebody put in there that went right down into the back of her neighborhood. We're going to take that pipe out, and we're going to pipe it over per the township settlement agreement with Mrs. Rollins, approved by your engineer, done by my engineer, and you know it's on the plans that have already been vetted. So that's what we're going to do.
Our engineer and staff feels that this will be an improvement.
Yes, that was a separate, the grading permit for that driveway was a separate permit with the part of that settlement, which has now been incorporated into Mr. Bentley's plan. And there is a swale that runs adjacent to the driveway, which will convey water and eventually be discharged through a level spreader. So it does pull that back away from some of the properties and takes it to our property.
Okay, thank you. Any other public comment? All right, all those in favor of this preliminary final, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Passes 7-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Moving right along.
Moving right along.
The next item is a discussion item, and hearing and discussion, I guess we'll call it, of ordinance number 2013-15 to establish a user fee for stormwater collection and management. And I know there's some very loyal listeners in the audience who stayed here till quite late that want to hear what we say about this and maybe say something on their own. But I'll summarize the ordinance real quickly. The key section is section 4. It stipulates or specifies that in order to control stormwater and to reduce pollution of our waterways, there will be a fee that will be assessed against all property owners in the township, and it will be a graduated fee based on lot size. First category is single-family homes, and the graduation is from 0 square feet and all the way up to a full acre of and above 43,560 square feet. And we will use a mechanism called billing units to assess the fee to the property owner. And if, as an example, if you have a home with 7,000 up to 20,000 square feet, you would be categorized as having 2 billing units, which would mean you would pay annually $56.64 times 2, to $114. There's also a section specifying how we'll handle non-residential property, and we will do that by having a flat billing rate of $56.64 and that would be for commercial, institutional, schools, and others. And that would equal that would work out to $56.64 for each 1,500 square feet of impervious area. In the future, we will, through aerial mapping, find a way to find the impervious surfaces on the residential property so that we'll have a more sophisticated approach than simply lot size. That will be a fairer approach, I think. And in the future, we will also come up with a system of credits for a person, a property owner, who instead of paying the $56 times some number per year, will be able to install stormwater management facilities on the property, such as rain gardens, rain barrels, and other things to infiltrate the water. And so that's, in essence, a summary of it. This comes as a result of well over a year, 15 months of study by our outside engineers, Chagrin Valley Engineers of Chagrin Falls, Ohio, with a lot of participation from our staff, commissioners at this table, and residents. So I would like to move the, well, I guess we're not moving anything
Right,
tonight.
nothing to
We're just
move,
gonna discuss
nothing to
it.
move. And let me just put this, tonight's discussion in context. We introduced an ordinance 2 or 3 meetings ago, maybe 2 meetings ago, but with the commitment that we would have some extended public input and discussion and education before we would actually pass an ordinance. So this meeting tonight and discussion and several in the upcoming months will be dedicated to hashing out the issues, hearing from our public. As part of that effort to get public input and education going, many of you, if you got your mail today, may have received a mailing from the township. It's a 2-page mailing. I encourage you to read it carefully. It gives a very brief summation of where we are, why we're doing this, where we are in terms of the process of instituting this program. And importantly, at the end, it gives some dates about how you can participate as a citizen and learn more and give your opinion of the way things are going or the way you think things should go. That includes tonight's hearing, and it includes the meeting of the 26th as an opportunity to come and give your opinion and learn more. But it also includes 3 sessions that the League of Women Voters is hosting. And those are on Thursday, August 29th in the evening, and on Thursday, September 12th, both a day session and an evening session. Those will be educational, very short presentations on exactly what is being proposed, why it's being proposed, how this process is working, and solicitation of people's opinions. So this is all in an effort to make sure everybody understands why we're doing this and has an opportunity to agree or disagree and give their input on how it could be better. So I want to make sure that everyone takes the time to read that mailing. We've sent it to every single household in this township, and hopefully it will spur people to get involved and learn a little bit more and give their opinion about how this. One final thing I'd like to add, Commissioner Higgins just gave an example of what the rate is, and he quoted the rate that is in the ordinance as it was introduced, the 56 and change per unit. That is one of the items that we will be discussing. That doesn't mean that's the absolute final word in what the rate will be. That may change as we continue to discuss how we're going to fund this. So that is one of the items that we'd like public input on. So with that, I would like to invite other commissioners to comment. Or
I don't know, Bob, if it's a question for you, Steve, or Kevin. How long is it going to take to determine the piece of property that is pervious or impervious? It seems inherently unfair to me that somebody who has the same amount of impervious coverage would be charged different rates simply by the square footage of their lot. So I'm kind of curious how long that process takes. And why wouldn't you do it now when you pass this ordinance?
We're looking to get that done as soon as possible once we have the funding in place. So perhaps as soon as the first year. There are costs associated with it and timing, but we've been instructed to, move that up. And originally in the plan, we had it in a 3 to 5 year window. Now we're looking at it as soon as possible.
How much does it cost, ballpark?
One ballpark was, I think, 50+ thousand, but that was not for all the work. And we're actually getting another quote to see where we could move that to.
But even if it's on an order of magnitude of 2 or 3, 4 times higher, we have a discussion coming up on how to spend $8 million of surplus money. It would seem to me that you might be able to find a way to fund that quicker.
And we do plan to move that along as quickly as possible to make that conversion.
So my 2 cents on this, though, I think the way that you're currently doing it with the correlation is the sound way to do it. The correlation captures what concerns Kevin. My sense is that the correlation is appropriate. I would just use more tiers rather than 4, use 8, something like that. And then can somebody update me on the status of at the last meeting, we talked about having funds for capital improvements distributed on a watershed basis, and we directed staff to come up with language to that effect. So can you give me an update on that, please?
Commissioner Curley, we have Brian Merritt here, who obviously you all know from AMEC, and he does have some comments on the watershed approach to the Capitol.
Hi, I'm Brian Merritt with AMEC. Commissioner Curley, based on your request, we had sent an email to Steve last week regarding this topic. While we generally don't recommend it with regard to the billing structure or the program, the distribution of funds is up to the township leadership and township to decide. Because we didn't look specifically at which capital projects would be funded when, we use more of the capital projects list as a way to estimate a level of funding rather than rubber stamping or saying these are the specific projects that will be accomplished. We would recommend just some basic language be added that would need to be vetted with your solicitor. Basically, that would just note that you would consider or prioritize projects and activities within each of the township's watersheds when distributing or selecting or establishing funding, something along those lines. So it would be up to you. The ordinance would acknowledge the desire to distribute funds on a watershed basis, but we don't have specific percentages or dollar amounts that we could include in the ordinance.
No, I don't think it needs more than language like that.
Okay.
And I would even say it's just the capital improvement funds, not
Okay.
not the operational funds.
And we would.
So my sample language was all funds for capital improvement shall be distributed and spent on a watershed basis. Inserting that in section 13 shows the intent to distribute the capital funds on a watershed basis.
Yeah, and you are right. The O&M plan is intended for the O&M portion of the program is intended for the entire township.
Right. So the idea for me is that each year, the township decides how much will be spent on capital, and then that capital is distributed by watershed. And if funds are not used in that particular watershed, then that money accumulates to the next year, and consequently a larger project could be built in that same watershed.
And wait, do you have in mind just the 2 watersheds, the Darby and the Gulf Creek?
Yes, that's my
And
sense
like a
of it.
50-50 split or a population split? Or?
A split by either population or geographic area. My sense is population would be the way to do it, but that's a detail that I would leave for. Well, there 2 is our understanding that 2 exit locations, correct? So it makes it even easier.
And simplicity is generally better because it needs to be administered and then explained to the public.
And it captures that if we do it with that approach, then everybody either is in a watershed that's benefiting from this or is paying for a problem to which they contribute with their stormwater.
What is your reaction to that in terms of based on population or based on geography?
I mean, if you're looking for a specific percentage, I don't know that there's one we could recommend. If you're just looking to prioritize projects based on those two to ensure that, you know, certain projects happen or projects happen within each watersheds, I still think that's up to the board to decide on
So
how that occurs.
the way I envision it, though, is that we would look at the watershed, we would decide how many people lived in each watershed, and those fees would be kept within that watershed. So it'd be very easy, I mean, it'd be an hour of calculating, correct?
Well, I mean, we haven't looked at population distribution. It's not part of the
but you're just
the rate structure or anything.
Superimposing two GIS grids, aren't you, to figure out how much population is in each watershed?
Commissioner Curley, I would have one question if I may. What if it was determined that there were specific projects that have climbed to the forefront because of a specific need that
Yeah.
superseded the population distribution of the watersheds?
So then it's no different than any other project that we have. The township makes a decision to apply capital funds to it. I mean, even one of the initial ideas was to say, if you, for every dollar that you allocate, perhaps 20% of that is spent anywhere, 80% of it is distributed township-wide. So some kind of formula that guides keeping the money in the particular watershed that is the source of the problem. And it's perfectly appropriate that it have some kind of mechanism to overcome some event like what you described where they would benefit.
I don't see how we can do this. I don't think it makes any sense, and I think it's too hard to administer. It's like saying that, well, you have more roads in the 6th Ward than we have in the 1st Ward, so therefore we're going to put more tax dollars into paving and seal coating your roads. It just, to me, we have major problems in certain wards in the township that I would not want to see them shortchanged by some odd formula that's based on population and
But the issue is that somebody someplace else who may not be contributing to the problem would be funding the activity over there. It's like to me, it's like a sewer project.
One thing, Commissioner.
When you put sewers on the road, the people who live there fund it. They're assisted by the township sort of financing it, but the beneficiaries of it pay for it.
Until it's completely paid, and then the whole township pays for it. You know, they don't pay for it forever. They pay for it for 5, 10, or 15 years, then they're done paying, and the township assumes the responsibility. I mean, you have two watersheds, we're getting this money in. I mean, Don, what's the concern that we're not going to we're going to spend all the money in one area, and this one's going to be shortchanged, going to be the stepchild of the stormwater projects, and you don't have confidence that we're going to use this capital funds evenly throughout the township to deal with problems?
That's only part of the concern. Part of the concern is that for these things to work, there's two things. One, for them to work, for them to have the kind of support, people need to have a sense that they need to have some kind of buy-in to it. And this provides that buy-in. Right now, you have a lot of people who are going to be very concerned that they're going to be spenders, but they're not going to benefit from it. And we have no way of satisfying that except our good judgment.
But if you
Bill, you asked me a question, allow me to finish. And if we put in language like this, then we don't have that problem. Everyone in the township either contributes to a problem that they pay to solve, or they benefit from a solution that others are paying for in their ward. So it's that's a sort of a classic approach. And then also in the environmental movement in general, the idea of the polluter pays is sound. And so what we have is people are discharging stormwater, and it's appropriate to have them pay to solve that problem.
Well, I don't understand this formula, you know, where you want to take the funds, so you can earmark them in one watershed.
Please.
We got these major problems over here, and we can't touch this money.
I have a basic question. In the studies that we've done already, do we have a sense of the weighting between the two watersheds?
No.
So we don't really know, you know, because is it possible that the weighting is so far out that, suppose we were to equally fund these two watersheds, but in the end, one of the watersheds is 80% of the water flow and issue, and the other is only 20%. So I think maybe we should look at the numbers. I support the idea of this from the fairness standpoint, but not if one of the watersheds gets 50% of the money but only has 5% of the issues. So it doesn't make, it, you know, we're a township. If you want to,
That's
if we want to split the
reasonable
township,
to,
I mean, we could
get that
succeed.
information.
You know, Don, you and I could split our township, and then we could have 2 fee systems, and maybe that would be more fair, but we're not going to do that. So in the end, I think we do want to ensure that money is divided in some way, but not to the point where one watershed gets equal amounts of money and never needs to spend it.
And if I might make a suggestion, I mean, if you wanted us to go back and look for specific examples where other municipalities have used that type of approach, I would recommend that we look into that language, because one of the things that we were asked to do is do this in a way that was legally defensible. So most of the process that we go through in developing a program recommendation, a rate structure, et cetera, is based on that idea that it would be legally defensible if challenged. A suggestion would be that you can establish metrics upon which to distribute that funding. I don't know that it necessarily has to be part of the ordinance. But that's certainly a way to help prioritize projects to make sure that money is distributed fairly and equally.
I like the idea of watershed basis, and it doesn't have to be each year that we would divvy the funds up. It could be over a 5-year cycle. We define 5 years worth of projects, or 10 years, whatever it is. But I think it's vital to be able to get the support. I mean, my ward doesn't have a lot of flooding problems. So people in my ward have already said to me, why am I paying to bail out someone else who should not have bought the house they bought? You know, if they'd done their due diligence, they would have found out about the flooding. And now I'm being forced to pay for their mistakes. And I've had that comment from several of my constituents. But if you do it on watershed, and remember, Midland Avenue and the flooding you have there, that's the Darby Creek watershed. The flooding in North Wayne is the Gulf Creek. So both watersheds have flooding. So I don't think it's going to end up being an issue when all's said and done.
It's not an issue, we're just creating an issue.
I don't think we are.
I'm not sure. I think it's necessary to do this at the ordinance level. I mean, the process of how we spend this money is a whole separate can of worms that we haven't really, you know, this whole year has been about how we would raise this revenue. And we have not spent a whole lot of time talking about how we would spend it. We do have a list of capital, what are we calling them, backlog. But I can guarantee you that this is not going to be the exact list and the order of how it gets spent. You know, things come up, people advocate. The way this democracy works is each one of us represents an area, and we're going to advocate for projects in our own neighborhoods. And then my other point is about kind of wanting to keep, you know, show our constituents that their money is going towards something for them. Well, you know, downtown Wayne is impassable when it rains, and that affects everybody in this community. It's not just the people who live right around there. It affects everyone. The Darby-Paoli Road that by where it intersects with Goshen Road, that floods over and becomes impassable. That affects everybody. I mean, we're in a point in our community now where our roads are impassable, and it doesn't matter where you live, you could get caught in that flood, or your kid could get caught in that flood. So I think we're at the point now where we're talking about a community problem. It's not just one street anymore. And so I think some of this concern about where the money is going to get spent, is it all going to get spent in one place, I think it's misplaced. Not that it doesn't merit discussion, and when we get to the spending, it should be a factor. But I don't feel like we have to guarantee it in our ordinance.
Madam President, if I may, we always said, I think Commissioner Curley and a few other commissioners, when the process started 9 or 10 months ago, they had serious concern over how the money would be spent on what projects. And through our Stormwater Advisory Committee meetings and throughout, we've always been very diligent in letting everybody know the project list and when the projects are done will always and ultimately be done by the Board of Commissioners. So you have the ability to spend that money based on hopefully staff input and, you know, our consultants' input as you see fit. And if that may fall into a watershed basis, or as we talked about, the priorities change, which they're going to by the time it's enacted, I think you have a lot of latitude in the fact that this board is the decision maker in the end.
This idea, I'm sorry to say, smacks of separatism. You could reduce this argument to the absurd that, well, the Fifth Ward doesn't have as many parks as the First Ward, so the Fifth Ward, I'm going to advocate for my taxpayers that they don't pay as much in taxes. The Third Ward has better schools than the Seventh Ward, so I'm going to advocate that the Seventh Ward not pay as much. And I already mentioned about streets. I think it's one for all for one, to quote somebody from French literature. I think we ought to go based on an allocation we advocate as a board when the projects come up, with the support from Public Works and our township manager, and I think that's the best way to go.
One could argue that it's a subsidy for others, but I think you're going to find that even though you ran these public meetings, most of the people who attended are going to be the beneficiaries, not the people who are paying and not deriving a benefit. And I think you're going to find that as this plays out, there may be more discussion than you think.
That is true. That is true. That
You may want that support from that,
Right.
that other vocal element.
No, and that is the whole point of our education, is getting the non-beneficiaries that haven't been a part of this discussion to understand why we're doing it.
Madam President, if I may just add one brief item. Also, though, this is not just for resolving the flooding issues. This is also funding for storm sewer lines that are under the ground right now in areas where there are not flooding. So there is a benefit that's going to go back, because we do have pipes that are in excess of 50 to 100 years old that are going to have to be replaced sometime soon. So the areas where you may not see the flooding, these are under the ground. This will have a funding source to be able to take care of those as well.
And it's something, Bob, I think you want to raise visibility
Pipes break like they do on Orchard Way in someone's backyard, people don't know about except that person. When that pipe that conveys all that water for years and never had a problem, but if that pipe breaks and all that water comes up and causes those 2 or 3 homes a problem, that's what we have to do. Is most of this money, it's some big projects, but a lot of it is improving our infrastructure here in the township, which affects everyone.
I'd like to see if we have some comments or input from the public at this point and get our conversation going.
Armin Novelli on Eagle Road in Wayne. I try to make this short because I'm not good at that, but has this thing been vetted at all? Is it legal? Have we checked that?
Yes.
We're beginning to become a township in low taxes and high fees, and I think that's wrong. I mean, we're a township. This is a problem that has plagued us for years. We have spent thousands trying to resolve it with fields for water at the school, fields for water in different areas. The problem is on the Darby Creek, as I know, or as I recall back to Rocco's days, that it's the Darby Creek itself that has to be dredged, if that's the word, all the way down to accept the water that it's going to. And I don't know whether you've checked that out or whether I'm all wrong, but that's the real problem, and I don't know if that's true of the Gulf Creek. But we've got to get that done, and you have to do it contiguously with other townships. And it's money that has to be spent. There's no question about that. But why are we going into a fee basis? Doesn't this board of commissioners want to be a commissioner board anymore? They just want to pay tax, they don't want to leave taxes down, and yet you just spent $10,000 for a fee for the library that needs a little space for people to talk. And then we have $30,000 for something else this week. The taxes are supposed to take care of this type of situation. pipes are bad, they're going to be bad, and we know that. And you've been working very actively on trying to save money. And I think everybody will appreciate that and applaud you for it. But there are certain things that you have to spend money for, and I don't think they should be fees. You're going to say, as you said, it's going to help everybody, whether you're in the watershed or whether you're on Eagle Road or Gulf Road.
If you don't mind, I'd like to just explain some of the thinking about using a fee system instead of using general fund spending, taxation money. And it's based on the notion that not everybody pays taxes. Okay, only property owners pay taxes, residential prep. So we have a large population in our township who contribute to the issues that we're going to have to pay for. They have a lot of runoff, and they don't pay taxes. So we are left in a position where we have to fund this. This is an issue that we have to spend money on. That's not the option. It's how are we going to fund it? If we pay for it through taxes, and we just raise our taxes incrementally to pay for these programs that are going to help us solve these problems, only the people who pay taxes are funding this problem that is caused by everyone. A fee system applies to everyone who contributes to the problem. So it costs less for everyone, and it's just basically more equitable, because everyone who participates in creating the problem is now asked to pay for their share of the solution. Whereas if we used a tax system, many properties are exempt and don't pay anything, even though they may end up being the primary culprits. And that is why we are favoring a fee system for this program rather than tax dollars paying for it.
That was part of my assumption. But we can't blame Villanova, we can't blame Cabrini.
No more than anybody else.
Yes, we are. What you just said it. Now, I don't know how to address that. I know that in the past, we've asked for help and gotten it from several of those groups. And if that's the case, then we ought to maybe I think you could add fees to those organizations because they do not pay taxes. I'm not sure, but I think that's part of the program somewhere along the line.
We couldn't impose this fee on the nonprofit institutions.
No.
Unless we also imposed it on individual property owners and for-profit institutions.
Well,
But Elaine hit the nail on the head.
Yeah.
We would be allowing these large generators of stormwater that have acres and acres of paved surface where water just runs off, floods in First Ward, Third Ward, Sixth Ward. They are dumping water, and this fee will now make it possible for us to fix the problem that they're creating, and we're all creating, or give them credits for holding the water on site. You can't do that with simply a tax-based approach because they wouldn't pay for what they do.
Well, I don't think I'm sure you're absolutely right in what you're saying. I just don't think that's part of our makeup in Radnor. We've invited these large people to come here. We've expanded with them. We've allowed them to expand. We've allowed them to do everything. And now we're going to pay another fee to make sure that they pay a fee. It doesn't add up. $50,000 just to have an aerial mapping done? Come on. If you're going to do something, why don't you, if you're going to have a fee, let's just have a fee. You did it with the trash. The other thing I'd like to ask you is, I think the hearing times, are they going to be in September? Did I hear you say? I thought it was 29th,
There
according to your letter.
is September 12th from 1 to 3 or 7 to 9. That's the only one in September. And that's not a hearing, that is the League of Women Voters presentation, which will also include our
That's a League
staff.
of Women Voters.
Yes.
So it's not something that you're going to participate in particularly?
You mean as a Board of Commissioners?
Yes.
I'm sure every one of us will be watching or be in the audience, but we won't be running it, no.
Oh. Are you planning to do something before those League of Women Voters programs?
Yes, there's another hearing at this board at our next meeting, August 26th, another discussion like
So
this.
you will put a resolution in at that time
A resolution for,
to put the fee system in effect?
the ordinance that has been introduced and is on the table, so to speak, it does have the fee system in it.
Pardon?
The ordinance that has been introduced and is what we're speaking about, that does include the fee system in it. And
Yeah, but he wants to know when we're going to get around to passing it.
when it will be passed, is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Well, that's to be determined, but after all of these hearings and after all of these education sessions, there will be a vote.
That's what I was hoping. Would you have the fortitude to put it on the ballot in November?
As a referendum?
Yeah.
Yeah, we could not do that for this year, no.
Pardon?
We could not do it for this year. It's a very long process, and we're way too late to do that for this year.
Would you consider it next year?
I think there is a sense of urgency in getting this program up and running. I mean, I know there is a sense of urgency. I don't think that
So the answer is no.
yeah, I don't think that that's a realistic expectation.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi, my name is Clara Pellerin. I'm 115 Poplar. And Commissioner Nagle had talked about, some of the people commented that people had moved onto Poplar or other places that flood. Well, I'm going to talk about Poplar. Okay. When we moved in there in 1981, and we didn't have water in the basement until 1999, which was hurricane flood, I think it was.
Could I interrupt?
Floyd,
What
yeah.
I was conveying were comments that I heard from my constituents.
Okay, but
I wasn't making a judgment.
Oh, no, you weren't saying anything specific like Poplar Avenue, but I think a lot of people, like I did, we moved in there in 99, we were not in a floodplain. We were able to put an addition on the house, which we wouldn't have been able to do if we were in the floodplain. And then since 1999, we've had 4 or 5 floods. We've had to replace I'm not going to go through that whole thing, but I think there are people on Poplar or maybe other streets that moved in there and were not affected by flooding. So this has worsened, and I think a lot of it has to do, well, I know a lot of it has to do, of course, with building, whatever, but it's a problem, and it's getting worse. I'm at 115, 117 got flooded. Now it's going down the street 3 or 4 houses further down. So each flood that we get, it's going further, and it's a problem that I don't think should wait. And like Bob said, you need to do work on the infrastructure. So it's not just certain streets in Wayne that are going to benefit from this. Everybody is. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Hi, Baron Gemmer, South Wayne Avenue. 2 quick points just in the definitions. One I had mentioned to Commissioner Jim Higgins following the last meeting. The definition for non-single-family residential and single-family residential, they seem a little loose, particularly because they're supposed to be mutually exclusive. The single-family residential definition says includes detached homes, et cetera. It doesn't really say what it is. And I think the other one, non-single-family residential, also suffers from it because it just says multifamily properties, which, unless you go to zoning, isn't defined. And there could be some confusion about whether duplexes are multifamily according to this, even though they're supposedly included under single-family. So my suggestion is just to tighten up one of the definitions and just say the other is everything that doesn't fall into that so that there's no confusion, because I think right now there potentially could be. And then the only other point under the impervious surface definition, which by and large I think is a good one, particularly in light of how the one in zoning sometimes gets interpreted. The only thing I would say is I would change, there's an or in there where it says impervious surfaces include but are not limited to streets, sidewalks, pavements, driveways, driveway areas, or roofs. I think that saying and roofs would be better because it says it includes this. So there's no question about it might include some and not the other. It's supposed to include all of those things.
Which one is that? Right.
That's the impervious surface definition. The next to last sentence that ends driveway areas or roofs, I think might be better off with an and instead of an or there, just to clarify, because have been similar issues with the zoning definition. Thank you.
Okay.
Is there anybody else who'd like to contribute to this conversation?
Hi, Maya Van Rossum. I'm here in my capacity as a township resident, but also as the Delaware River Keeper. I'm actually not going to speak to the substance of the issue tonight. I am intending to speak to that, but probably at future meetings. But I did, actually, the one gentleman sort of alluded to it, and I had noticed it. It's a little bit confusing that you're holding your commissioner hearings, sort of comment sessions, prior to the education sessions that are being encouraged or held by the League of Women Voters. So I think it would be very helpful to people if you could commit to having a commissioners meeting just for purposes of public comment, where you're not going to be holding a vote that night, right? So just for purposes of public comment, that's going to happen after those information sessions so that people can really give you informed comment on the proposed ordinance, and you can take that information back and truly consider modifications to the draft proposal. I think there are a number of key modifications that need to be made substantively, and I'm sure others will have some really good ideas, and I just really like you to have the opportunity to hear that information and benefit from it prior to a night where you're coming here to actually vote on the document, and it's either accept it the way it's been presented or, lose the whole thing and lose the momentum that you've gained. I'm not against the concept. As you know, I'm supportive of it, but I do have some serious concerns with some of the language of the ordinance, and I just think it needs some work and would like you to have the opportunity to get the input to do that work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think that's good. A good suggestion. We have two meetings in September, after the league meetings, after both of them. So we probably could carve out some time for just a pure hearing without
Well,
any.
but Elaine, I don't want to make this process go on forever. We got Maya's letter. We know what her position is. I'm sure we'll learn some things at the League of Women Voters seminars, but we need to move this. We need to get a vote on it. We've got people that, as Clara said, have been flooded out 4 times. And it's all over the township, and, well, at least in certain districts. So for us to now say, well, maybe in September, after the League of Women Voters seminars, we can bring it back for additional public comment. No, we bring it back and we vote on it.
Well, maybe we'll find that everybody in the public is completely supportive and that we won't have to make any changes at all. So let's play that by ear. And we have 2 meetings in September. And if need be, we can use one of them for comment. If not, we can move ahead, forge ahead. I think we'll see the kind of input and reception we get from our community now that they're getting the mailer and everyone gets back from vacation, starts to pay attention, and we have these 3 sessions coming up.
Can I just mention something? John Nagle and I have both said that we don't have major flooding issues in our district. But I'll just point to 2 incidents recently. We had a pipe collapse on Barleycone Lane. It was a short section of pipe. But as I recall, the cost to rebuild that pipe was over $100,000. It spanned 3 homes. And when the pipe collapsed, this is on the shoulder of the road, it collapsed. It created very large sinkholes on those properties. I'm aware of a head wall that has collapsed. This is leading from the Old Oaks neighborhood into the Conestoga Village neighborhood. This head wall has leaned over, and it's been pitched at a 45-degree angle now for about 6 years since I became commissioner. And we have yet to fix that. And if that head wall collapses, pretty much my entire neighborhood will flood out, because that is the sole pipe that leads all the water from the Old Oaks neighborhood into the creek. So I think we do need to move it ahead. I think I support the education sessions. I think they're important, and I want the constituents to fully understand what we're doing. But I also have a sense of urgency due to the major flooding that goes on in the township, but also these real issues. You know, think of how much money we could pull from the general fund if we don't have this fee structure set up just for stormwater. So again, this was a short section of pipe spanning 3 homes in a very dense neighborhood, $100,000. We have, as I recall, about 300,000 feet of pipe in the township that's over 50 to 100 years old. So, this is a reality. It's got to get done. And in support of all the flooding in other parts of the township, I think we need to have a system. So I just want to make that comment, because we have to think that it's not just the big floods, it's the things that could go wrong and cause quite a bit of property damage along the way. That project involved re-landscaping 4 homes just because of the sinkholes. It was expensive.
Okay, is there anybody else in the public that wants to speak tonight?
So what did we decide regarding the watershed approach, or not to use the watershed approach?
Well, I think that's an issue that we'll take under consideration, and I don't think we need to vote on that tonight.
Donna, I'm interested in if the calculation is possible to give us the flow rates through the 2 watersheds. I don't know if that's something that's already known, if the study was already done as part of our study, or if it's some other type of FEMA study that was done. It would be good to know.
Yeah, that would be useful information. Easy enough to try to just, even if it's just sort of a sense of the relationship between population and area of the watershed.
So you'd like us to just come back with figures on the breakdown of population?
Just to educate us on that. It
Okay.
doesn't mean I don't think you have to do an analysis, but.
So population distribution versus the 2
Yeah, just some
watersheds?
way of representing that to us.
Sure, we can look into that.
One thing just to caution on that, it's potentially you could have 2 different funds. One has a lot of money in it, one fund has very little money in it. And when you have problems in the one, then you can't
Right.
transfer the funds over. But again, I'm not sure how you actually determine for the pipes that are underground, we don't see that have to be repaired, that aren't the above ground flooding. How do you determine that? And I think that's where it becomes problematic.
See, I think just the opposite, Bob. I think that's where it becomes beneficial. That what can happen is people can see very visible stormwater problems and not realize that they need the resources that are in their watershed to address the less than visible stormwater problems that might be underground. So I see the concern that you have. I just think the solution cuts the other way.
I mean, they're not equal. I mean, Gulf Creek's like 1/4 of the township, and Darby Creek's like 75% of the township, So.
All right, I think we'll wrap up this discussion for tonight. Again, we'll be discussing this again on the 26th, and then again at the League of Women Voters meetings. So I encourage everyone to take some time, get to know this issue, and give us your input.
Madam President, if I could, over here, Bill White over here.
Bill.
Just a logistical comment regarding item F that was tabled earlier tonight with regard to the money needed to make the software modifications, is that if approved, we're going to need, or Penomation's going to need at least 3 weeks lead time to modify the software. So I don't know what the schedule is for adoption and implementation and actually sending bills out, but just keep that in mind as we head down this road. So.
Okay, just not to get ahead of ourselves, but if we do decide to put a cash deposit in this account from surplus money, the urgency of getting that up and running is a little bit less, because we have funding right away.
It could be.
So
but I
if-
just,
if- so-
this was on the agenda tonight for that
Right.
reason, thinking
Mhm.
that the ordinance was going to be considered in September, that we wanted to have the software running concurrently.
Mhm.
So I just Since it was on the agenda and it got tabled, I wanted to make sure
We're actually
everyone's
going,
aware of it.
it wasn't tabled, it was moved to after this discussion. So we're going to vote on that now.
Oh, I misunderstood that. Well, there you have my explanation as to why it was on the agenda tonight, so.
So Kevin had said, let's wait till after we have the discussion. Jim, do you want to go ahead and introduce it?
Yeah. That's under finance and audit, I think.
It is.
This is a motion authorizing the expenditure of $8,200 to Pentamation for the system changes necessary to add the billing features for the stormwater program. So I so move.
Second?
Bill, a question. Is there any benefit to passing it now versus waiting a little while when there's more visibility as to how this thing is playing out? Because if I understood you correctly, you actually shortened the time frame significantly from what I calculated. You said 3 weeks. And I had calculated almost 2 months.
Well, it's 3 weeks to get the software ready.
Right.
And so I guess the answer is we could delay this, that's fine, as long as there's a full understanding that doing that will delay when bills go out. So if everyone's on board with that, it's not a problem at all.
So is there any benefit to passing it but not authorizing you to sort of dispense and commit so that you can do pre-work to shorten the time?
We're at that point, so I would say if the board's not comfortable moving forward with the expenditure of funds, just hold on this motion
So you've done all the
tonight.
pre-work you can do?
Yeah, basically, it's a matter of getting Penimation to start making changes to the software.
But
Well, I
Bill,
mean, if
is
this-
the rate that's going to be the subject that may change? Can't that be plugged in at the very last second?
It will, as will the database itself. But we have the form of the database with the necessary features that the system needs to pull the account information and start tracking it. So those are the modifications that Penimation would start making now. Everything else just gets plugged in at the end once all the finer details are worked out.
Well, my sense of the board is we're going to pass something. It's
Right.
just some of the details, so that you might as well move ahead with it.
Well, I guess that's
Yeah.
what I'm asking of the board
Yeah.
tonight.
Yep.
Right, I mean, we've spent $250,000 studying this for a year. I think everyone on this board recognizes we're going to do something. The question now is what exactly the ordinance is going to look like. So I don't see the reason to delay. All right, did you make the motion? And it's been seconded?
I did make
Okay, any other commissioner comment? Any staff comment? Any public comment?
Have you considered a bond issue?
Can't
To
afford
take
it.
care of not just the floodplain, but we all recognize the problems, like.
Well,
Mr. Fisher,
again, a bond issue
to
is
take care of
repaid.
all these particular,
Right. Again, a bond issue has to be repaid, and the
of
payments
course.
are paid by tax dollars. So again, you have that equity issue of who is actually paying for these costs.
Well, you're right there, but if we get the bond issue, we can get the work done. And we can still have a fee if you insist on a fee.
Actually, let me correct that. There may be bond issues in the future. And there may be bond issues in the future to underwrite these larger projects. And those the fees will cover the cost of forgetting it's so late, but paying the bonds off. So in essence, the service of the bonds.
$3 million?
It could, some of these projects could be 40 or 50 million.
But I also think is one item that Commissioner Schaefer spoke to, is you're starting to engage individuals, and I'm just going to use Villanova University as an example. Sorry, not to pick on Villanova, but they don't contribute anything in the way of real estate or property taxes. So it means that residents like yourself, myself, we subsidize them for not contributing, and they contribute quite a bit just based on the parking lots that they have there. So this is a way in which we're able to have them help contribute towards that.
You gotta be at the mic.
Okay. All right, we are going, is there any other public comment on this issue? Okay. On the, right, on the $8,200. All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 7-0. Oh, I'm sorry. Who didn't vote for it? With Commissioner Higgins and Curley opposing. Kevin Higgins. All right, next we're moving on to community development with Commissioner Curley.
Very good. I'll move the adoption of Ordinance 2013-07, amending Chapter 280 of the Radnor Township Code zoning ordinance by prohibiting outdoor dining in the Garrett Hill zoning district.
Second.
Any commissioner comment on this? Any staff comment? Any public comment?
Please tell me it's right.
Patty Barker, Chair of the Garrett Hill Coalition. I just wanted to thank the commissioners for listening to and respecting the wishes of Garrett Hill residents, and thank you for adopting this in a timely fashion.
Thank you. All right, any other comment? I'll call the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 6-0 with Commissioner Jim Higgins absent. Next on.
I move the approval of, I move the adoption of Ordinance 2013-12, amending Chapter 280 of the Radnor Code zoning ordinance by establishing regulations for municipal uses on lands owned, operated, leased, and maintained by Radnor Township.
Second.
So, Bob, I guess I have two questions. Why do we need this now? And then I guess my second question is more for John Rice. I'm a little uncomfortable with the inclusion of maintained, because that goes beyond things we may own or lease. So help me understand why that language is in there.
Kevin, I'm not sure what maintained would apply to. Kevin, I know you're the main drafter of this, but I think it would be any property that the township has either ownership in, lease responsibilities. I think this was drafted as broad as possible
We maintain
to
the
cover
corner-
township activities.
We maintain the corner of 320 and Lancaster and Sproul Road.
But
320 Lancaster
we also
Pike.
had years ago an arrangement with the school district where we maintained their property. So, you know,
I mean, yeah, I think the concept was to avoid, or at least, address situations that exist now for which there was no zoning permits or approvals given, and then going forward, dealing with township activities that, and try to legitimize some of the things like signage on fields and things like that.
Correct, and I think from the maintain was indicated that there are properties that the township maintains. Obviously, if the township is not the owner of the property, would still need to have the permission of the property owner to do certain improvements, but it would get through the hurdle of going through any necessary or additional approval steps if, for instance, a sign needed to be placed up in one of these areas where the township is maintaining it but does not currently own it.
and why are we doing this now?
This has been something that's been in the works for over a year. It was something that I noticed that from past practices that the authority or the approval to do this was not sought, and in some cases, township administration just did things without the necessary approval or the acknowledgement. This ordinance sets forth an approval process, and more importantly, a public notification process to daylight and become more transparent as we go through these processes and these projects, that this is what the township is doing.
Help me understand. Is it to deal with something we're doing now, or to deal with something that may happen in the future?
It's to do with something that may happen in the future.
So why don't we
but-
address it at that time?
Well, you could address it at each and every step of the way, which creates a long, drawn-out process. This sets forth the approval now, and then as we go through and we identify a specific project, you don't have to go through additional months of waiting to go through each individual project to get that approved. It's a shortened period, so it does provide some streamlining.
Are you
of
saying the
approval
project
process.
that you're thinking of wouldn't come through here for approval?
It would still go through the approval of the commissioners as well as.
So why wouldn't you do it then?
Well, if it's not in accordance with the zoning ordinance, then you'd have to be going
Oh, then you gotta
through
go- okay,
this
I got
each and every time.
I mean, all of this is going to come back to the Board of Commissioners ultimately. I mean, it eliminates some trips to maybe zoning hearing boards and some other, ultimately, it's broad and, there's, I guess, some potential abuses with this, but, your residents are going to have their opportunity when it comes in front of this board to address issues that they have problems with, but it all eventually is going to come back to the Board of Commissioners about what you're doing or permitting on your property.
Where are you coming out as an attorney and our solicitor on the use of maintained?
Well, I think it's just a broad, if we're using or maintaining, a piece of ground for a township activity or a community activity that maybe we're leasing. I don't know what other example, Bill, you had an example.
Yeah, the corner 320 and Lancaster Pike, we're cutting the grass there today.
That's
We
owned
maintain the
by,
property.
that's owned by PennDOT, but
We maintain, if we want to put a sign there, we got to go through this procedure here. We don't have to get a variance or something.
it would be an accessory use. I mean, I would find that isn't going to come up very often, though. I mean, this is more existing township facilities, future township facilities. Some of this, these definitions will legitimize what's currently going on, but down the road, you can hash out whether you want to do a certain thing without going through or going to the zoning hearing
We
board.
don't own the Radnor Trail, we maintain it.
Correct.
You're comfortable, John, with the use of maintained?
Yes. Yeah.
Well, I think I've made it clear every time this has come up over the last year that I'm not a supporter of this. In my opinion, just to put it short and sweet, it is onerous to have to go through the regular zoning hoops to do things that aren't permitted. But I think it's onerous for a reason. And it doesn't matter who the landowner is, it's onerous for a reason because the zoning process and the neighborhood input process that makes most projects better and makes them fit in their community better in the end. And I don't think that the township's projects and development should be excluded from that process because it helps create a better product. So I'm not supporting it, but I think I'm in the minority. Any other commissioner comment? Any other staff comment?
I would just add that from a public neighborhood participation, that this ordinance is going to foster that and promote that since there's a notification of properties within 500 feet. Going through a normal zoning ordinance amendment or through the zoning hearing board would require it, but a normal zoning ordinance amendment would not necessarily require notification of the neighbors of that affected area. So this does help foster that public support.
Any other staff comment? Any public comment?
Baron Gemmer, South Wayne Avenue. Although it may be a lost cause per Elaine's comment, I agree with President Schaefer that I think this goes, it's too broad and it goes too far, and I'll get into some specifics, but let's also look at the fact that the Planning Commission looked at this and they recommended 7-0 to not approve it. And some of the specific things in it, where there might be some issues too, it talks about signs. Does this mean that the township can do whatever it wants in regard to signs, or does it still have to follow our separate sign ordinance? For like, can you vote to put up an electronic sign without any further approvals? Because that's not part of zoning. Also, part of the ordinance too, I think, is a little misleading for the casual reader because it talks about, one off-street parking space for every 4 seats and goes on with some specific details. Yet at the end of each section, this standard should only be used as a guideline, or unless otherwise approved by the Board of Commissioners when talking about dimensional ones. So basically giving carte blanche, but kind of luring the reader in by giving some guidelines there that don't have to be followed regardless. You have the right to do it. You just have to go through the hoops that this provides, not the normal hoops that the process would provide in terms of other notification. And per Kevin's comment, the current process, short of a zoning amendment, which is more general, does provide the notification, I think, that most folks, and the process and the notification that most folks want. This, if the argument was, well, we didn't follow the old stuff, well, then putting this ordinance together doesn't say you have to follow this either. The staff could circumvent it in the same manner. I mean, that very specious reasoning that just because we didn't follow one, if we put a new one in, we'll definitely follow this and give the notification. Just a couple things but in general, the broadness, I think, is too much. And let me just quote a couple from the Planning Commission, too. The township should abide by the same rules and regulations and go through the same process. Another one, he feels the township should go through the processes that residents are required to do. And I think that's true. Don't become a do as I say, not as I do kind of board. If the rules are good enough for everybody else, whether it's incremental time and effort or expense, that's what everybody else has to go through. I find it hard to believe there's something that you need to expedite through that a business or a developer or somebody similar wouldn't want to also have that same privilege and have the same issues that you do cost-wise. So actually, if anything, I think ordinances like this don't help build trust with the residents, because you're not that you don't have the ability to do this, and I know legally that whether you go through the process or do this, it's all legitimate as far as townships can go. But I don't think it helps to build trust with the residents when you give yourself this power, because it is possibly subject to abuse, not by this board, but this is for subsequent boards to also take a look at. So if anything, to me, to solve the problem, instead of an ordinance like this, you would put an ordinance together that says, we will follow the regular process, because that's what you're saying was the problem. You didn't follow it. So if you're going to codify something, just say that we'll do what we should have been doing all along, and let that transparency that is good enough for all residents and zoning amendments that other folks bring up besides you, whether notification or not, have to go through. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment on this?
Sure, just one item, if I may, Madam President. One is, I'm not sure when you talk about staff circumvents things. I'm not sure about that, so I just say I'm not aware of that. The other part is, too, is if we wanted to circumvent or actually do things not transparently, we basically cut the board's approval out through this. But actually, everything has to come through the board here. I think what Kevin talked about, the notification, is there's actually more that's involved here to engage the public. So, and I'm not sure of anything that would take us way beyond those boundaries. So I think the part that, and I think with what Kevin had done and John Rice worked on this, had come up with a very good policy here to look at for the board to consider.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and call the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes 6-1 with Commissioner Schaefer opposing.
John Rice, for item N, what's the hearing date that you recommend?
It would be and this would be a hearing date on the petition that's been filed by Biomed. It wouldn't be for enactment of an ordinance. Would be their first opportunity formally in front of this board would be September 9th.
Okay, so do you want us to put a date, or do you just have it
Just
open-ended?
set that date tonight for
Okay,
September
very well.
9th.
I motion that we set September 9th as the hearing date for the Biomed zoning petition.
Second.
Any commissioner comment or staff comment or public comment? All right, all those in favor say aye. Oh, thought you were just taking a walk.
Good evening. My name is George Brosman. My firm is representing Brandywine Realty Trust. They're the owner of property at 201 King of Prussia Road, which we understand is included in the zoning petition filed by Biomed. Including that property at 201 King of Prussia Road, as you well know, Brandywine owns numerous other real estate in the immediate vicinity, namely the Radnor Financial Center and the Radnor Corporate Center that has approaching 2 million square feet of space. This petition, which is filed by a private property owner, in this case Biomed, is different than most you have seen because it includes lands of another landowner, and I think there's another landowner besides just Brandywine. So this isn't just an application that will affect Biomed. Now, John Rice had mentioned that this is to set a hearing for a petition that has been filed. We just learned that this would be on the agenda tonight. There was no notice given to Brandywine, and we have tried to find a copy of the petition that has been filed, and as far as we've been advised, there really isn't a petition, or it's still being drafted, it's not complete. We have not been able to get a copy of it. So it seems extremely premature to be scheduling a hearing on a petition that, unless I'm mistaken, unless I've been given the wrong information, doesn't even really exist yet. It's still being drafted, and a major property owner with a property directly affected has not been given a copy of it. This is a big application. It's got big implications for not only our client, Brandywine, but for the township as well. Brandywine is interested in working constructively with the township and Biomed on it, but it is a big application, and if you set a legal hearing, a public hearing date, without even having a copy of the petition, that is a legal milestone in the adoption process that is going to be starting, it sounds like, about 28 days from now. We would ask that you not take this action at this time until Brandywine is given a copy of the petition and any plans, any conceptual plans that may go with it, and has had a reasonable time to review that petition. So to sum up, we don't see how you can be scheduling a hearing, especially when it's so soon, when, as far as we know, the petition isn't even out there. At least we haven't been given a copy of it. So with all due respect, we ask that you not take action on this motion at this time.
Okay, is there any kind of clock that starts running once we start the hearing process, or that's?
No.
No, okay.
No,
so-
and just to address Mr. Brosman's comments, because his partner, Mark Kaplan, called me today, and I explained to him that Biomed filed a petition involving their land only, a year ago, and they've never been in front of this board for a formal hearing. Nothing was going to be enacted on September 9th, because nothing could be enacted on September 9th. You were going to give Biomed their right to present whatever they wanted to present, and that petition had been commented on by Brandywine and some representatives of Brandywine, and there had been some discussion about adding all of the PLO to that ordinance, Kevin, and correct me if I'm wrong, because you've had some discussions, and I know Bob has with Tony Ziccardi. So, and I thought that that's what Brandywine was interested in. They wanted their land, or the PLO land. It was going to be added in there. So, but the Biomed petition didn't have their land in it. So, George, you're wrong about that. And Mark Kaplan was fine with the schedule I outlined to him this afternoon, because he thought you were going to hold a hearing on September 9th and then enact it. And that's not what you did with Villanova. That's not what's proposed here. This is a public hearing for Brandywine to come in and say whatever they want about what Biomed has proposed under a proposed zoning ordinance, and it has been modified because it's been in front of the Planning Commission and the Delaware County Planning Commission. And I think, Kevin, you've made some changes to it probably as recent as the last week or two.
Correct. And something that came apart, the petition has been out for a year. It was in front of the commissioners, so it's been out there. And I know that, I believe it was maybe even Mark Kaplan had issued a letter on the specifics of that petition that we have in our file that was sent to the township, as well as planners for Brandywine had made comments on the petition that was submitted at that point in time. So to insinuate that the petition is being hidden and is not available is just not accurate. Revisions have been made, and I guess we're at the point where the applicant will have the opportunity to present their final petition to the commissioners at a hearing.
Has there been a request by Brandywine, somebody from Brandywine, to have their land included in or a possibility of the whole PLO district being included?
There was discussions early on, and it was either at Planning Commission or the Comprehensive Plan Implementation Committee to further expand the initial area. I don't know, and I'd have to go back and take a look at the initial petition, but there was discussion of expanding it out to be more inclusive of the PLO district and other properties in the PLO district.
I mean, Brandywine's in the PLO, correct?
That is
Some of
one of
their
the
land?
districts that they are in, yes.
George,
Kevin,
is
do you
that-
recall the
that's-
generation of that? Was that by Biomed or was that by members of the commission?
I believe the expansion?
Yeah.
I believe the expansion was part of one of the committees. It was either the Planning Commission or
So
the...
it was our people who suggested that, not Biomed
Correct.
reaching into their property.
Correct. It was part of the discussions while the petition was being reviewed at those various levels.
Madam President, also too, and I know that there was an email that was sent, and George, I'm not sure if you're aware of this or not, that was sent to Brandywine last Wednesday, inviting Brandywine in to speak with Kevin and myself to discuss some of the changes in that. So that's why I find it kind of shocking that we're here opposing this when we're reaching out to Brandywine to actually talk about some of the issues about this.
I was not copied on that email, but I heard about it. I thought that they had responded to you that
There were vacations.
yes, this is a major application. It sounds like it just went out on Wednesday. And understandably, at this time of the year, some of the folks there are apparently away. I don't think that email I was told said anything about this being on the agenda. We happened to check the agenda tonight and found that it'd be on there. But
Well,
it
I guess
is
what
what
it
it
does
is.
is, I guess what it does though is the conversations, I guess, with Brandywine of working with this, it's becoming more and more evident, at least on my behalf, is really this is a competitive situation with Brandywine and Biomed, the development. It's not within the overall best interest of the community. So I know I wanted to try to see that, but it's apparent though by coming tonight and making these statements, which I don't believe are accurate, to be able to say that really what it is, it's a competitive situation.
That's
We try to keep
absolutely,
that, so.
that's absolutely incorrect.
So that's-
And nothing I have said or nothing Brandywine has done should lead anybody to conclude that, and to suggest that, I don't think is responsible. And to respond to John, earlier drafts of the petition that I had seen did include the Brandywine property. I don't know who proposed that. I don't know that it matters. But my point is that this is a petition.
Well, it does matter because you said that Biomed put your client's land in there, and that never happened. Biomed didn't do that. That came out of the staff reviews and the Comprehensive Implementation Committee. And if Brandywine wants to appear and say whatever they want to say about how horrible or how they think something ought to be changed, Mr. Kaplan said he has a list of uses that he thinks are more appropriate. Show up on September 9th. That's what the hearing is for.
We don't know what the petition is.
And I told him that the ordinance, which will have to be advertised for September 9th, he will have a copy of that this week.
Okay, all I'm saying is as we stand
So
here.
you'll have 2 weeks, you'll have as much time as anybody else has to take a look at it, and then bring your traffic engineers and comment on it on September 9th.
I just don't think it's a lot of time for a major application like this, which is apparently affecting their property directly, and then other properties that they have in the immediate vicinity.
Well, I understand your concerns, but this is a hearing, starting a process. There's no time, it's not setting off, triggering some time. It's not as if 2 weeks later we're going to be deciding on this. If the way the hearing on a zoning change that Villanova put forward is any indicator, this is the beginning of a long process.
Sure, and we do take comfort in that.
I wouldn't go into a tailspin about this moving forward like a freight train with no brakes. I mean, this is the beginning of a process. We've set a hearing. We'll hear comments from anybody who's interested, and then we'll proceed from there.
We appreciate the assurance that no action will be taken on September 9th. That is helpful.
I can promise you that.
Having said that, though, we still think it's premature, and we do think this is different from Villanova. As far as I know, and I'm not involved with Villanova, that is just affecting their lands. This application or this petition has now gone onto another property owner's land, so I think it's distinguishable.
It's
That's all
actually
I'll
not,
say.
it is, the way it's drafted, it applies to other people's land as well.
Madam President, if I may add, just to clarify something, that this will affect the property owner's land if they choose to take advantage of a new use. It will not affect somebody under the current regulations. There's no change to the current regulations. The petition will create a new use. If a property owner wants to take advantage of that new use, then they would be subject to the new use regulations.
There's more development options under this. Nothing's taken away from Brandywine, so I don't know what the objection is and why there can't be constructive participation on September 9th.
You all know this, but apparently we don't. You've all seen it, we haven't. That's my main point. Thank you for your consideration.
Thanks for coming up. All right, and is there any other public comment on this? All right, so it's been moved and seconded to set the hearing date for September 9th. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 7-0. Last item.
John Fisher, do you want to talk about item?
Yeah, I'm gonna postpone this conversation again, just so everyone can go home. I just want to mention, though, that we're just a few weeks away from where all the students move back, and we're having issues with compliance. The current ordinance only allows 2 students, and it is routine year over year that we end up inundated with students, especially in the 7th Ward, probably in John's Ward as well. So I look forward to having this conversation at the next meeting. But Kevin, thanks for your efforts in the last couple weeks in getting some compliance. But we'll talk again August, what's the next date?
26th.
August 26th.
Okay, anything for Parks and Recreation? Commissioner Nagle.
Just 2 quick items. Want to mention that this Wednesday, August 14th, there's a concert at Clemacrone Park. The rain date is the 15th. And Beau Connor Park on August 21st with a rain date of August 23rd. They both start at 6:30, go to 8:30. Hope you can attend.
Anything for Library? Commissioner Jim Higgins.
Nothing more than what we heard tonight already.
Public Health? Commissioner Nagle.
No meeting was held.
Old business? New business? I have one announcement to make. The Open Space Committee will be meeting on August 20th at 6 p.m. It has been advertised and is on our website. As many may know, a development plan or a conditional use application has been submitted for our Ardrossan, and the formal process under our open space acquisition policy has been triggered and is now in process at the Open Space Committee level. Okay, any other new business? And public comment.
Thank you, Baron Gemmer, South Wayne. I know it's late. I'll be very brief. One quick point based upon the traffic codification, which again was a great document. And as Solicitor Rice said, it's good to have all the implementations codified in one place. I would again ask if we could have, if in that document or someplace else, all the traffic calming that we have implemented delineated in some way so that everybody can see that just the way they can see these other things. And
It's in there.
it's in there now. The implementations of them, or just the rules, I thought, the process.
Whatever the guidelines are, and they were modified on traffic calming, or in the traffic.
No.
He wants you to list each one.
I'm talking
Aberdeen
about
Avenue,
where it's
speed
been
humps.
implemented.
Oh.
Just like the traffic.
The locations.
Yeah, the locations. Just to have that. Yeah. Next draft.
Mr. Nursini can take you on a tour of the township
Well, I'll write them down then.
tomorrow morning early.
Yeah.
We can wrap that up by 1 o'clock tonight if you'd like to go now.
Let's go. Let's head out. My second point, I believe, and I know if the animal ordinance is going to be discussed on the 26th, I know you'll be crushed, but I won't be sitting in the back on the 26th. But if it is discussed, or if not, I wanted to correct what I think I heard Commissioner Jim Higgins say. Were you talking about that the current ordinance ties ownership with feeding already?
Oh, no.
Okay.
No. I said there are many provisions in the ordinance that these people were concerned about tonight that are already in on our books.
Like what? I thought the feeding was ownership was.
Oh, my God, I'd have to get it out.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that,
draft.
because in the current ordinance, feral cats are not defined and feeding associated with
not.
ownership is not
No.
defined. I thought I heard that. I just wanted to correct if that was the case. And I put my support behind tabling, or as you wanted, up, down, a down vote on that, and an up on the TNR, which already took place.
Thank you.
Move we adjourn?
All in favor? We're adjourned.